Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, July the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. Okay, William. And maybe somebody in YouTube can do the same thing. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen. So what's happening this morning, guys? So let's see. We have Powell talking at 9:30. So as William says, that probably is going to have some kind of an impact on the market. Okay, so that is Jerome Powell talking at 9:30, half an hour from now. And to start, the markets are drifting down a bit here. There was a close near the highs yesterday, so the market's drifting down just a little bit this morning. That's the SPY, of course, I'm looking at. And so movers this morning so far, we've got VS up 67% on, make sure I can see some news on this one. Yeah, okay. Resignation announcement for the CEO and the CFO. So obviously big shakeup here in the C-suite, and it's probably unplanned. Give me one moment as I make one adjustment. Okay, Interactive Brokers changed the screen on me. Okay, so there's VS anyway, CFO and CEO. Looks like an abrupt resignation. RDZN, now RDZN was, I think, was drifting down now. Not terrible. Okay, so got as high as $3 pre-market, down to $2.39 now. And this is not technically an earnings play. Maybe it is an earnings play. We don't have it as an earnings play, but it looks like they did post their revenue, etc. So that is RDZN. I want to keep an eye on this one, this VKTX. So it's had a little bit of a bounce here, and I don't see any specific reason for this one moving down. But this was a pretty, from 56 down to 52, and I don't see any reason for it, and that is VKTX, but it's had a little bit of a bounce now. RNAC, this is, I'm kind of watching this one, RNAC, on the way down, RNAC. Okay, so the spread is tightened up. The last time I looked, it was 1920, so 1981.20. I don't see, yeah, so there was some news. It said that it hit the primary goal, but so the market popped a little bit on that news, but then it drifted down. So the market, the stock. So I guess you really have to read into this a lot more. And that is our NAC. Not too many earnings plays. We're getting a few though. So here's RDUS, guys. RDUS is an earnings play. Where are you? There you are. RDUS is an earnings play. Gapping down on earnings, down 8.5%. Not a lot of volume yet, but you know the volume will pick up once this market opens. All right, so I see that our ARDX. So they had some news. ARDX, I mentioned this one a little while ago, went from 761 down to 528. So a big drop percentage-wise. It has popped a little bit. They said that they announced that it's chosen not to apply to include FOSA, etc. And whatever that means, it's not good, or at least it was not perceived to be good at the beginning anyway. Yeah, and somebody mentioned GMM. GMM trading higher after the company announced its subsidiary Global MoFi, the launch of a $69 million fund with strategic partners to foster growth opportunities. So it's an AI play. All right, so there's GMM, probably a low float, 10 million in the float, China company. And you guys are talking about Tesla. Let's see if I see Tesla. Don't see, there we are, Tesla right here, TSLR. One of the ETFs for Tesla. Yeah, what a jump here. So this is all about how I don't see the news on it. I guess if I type in Tesla, I'll probably see the news. Number of vehicles. I read that BYD out of China now appears to be the biggest or selling the most EVs now in the world. It's right around the same number. It's right around that same number. Trades, I think it trades on the OTC. It is not BYD, which is the gaming stock, but it is BYD out of China. And thank you guys on YouTube. So VLCN, guys, VLCN almost took this in the pre-market, but almost doesn't count. I almost took it though, VLCN. So yesterday's high, it's getting close. Yesterday's high was 665, so reasonably close to it. Takes that out, then the next high looking left is 940, and then after that, 1278. Of course, I'm not saying it's going to get to these prices, but key area would be if it could somehow take out that high of yesterday, which is 665. Low float, very low float, crazy low float, 250,000 in the float. I think we've checked this before, and I think the other site has about 350,000. Morning, Dave, in our YouTube room. So whatever it is, whether it's 250 or 350, it is very low. And that is VLCN. Don't see any specific news on it today. Weena making another move here, guys. A little bit of a move here, 19%. What's the volume? Pretty good volume already, 244,000 shares. Only 1.68 million in the float. Started trading as WENA last week. Got as high as, looks like 511. Okay, and on the move here. Don't see any specific news on it. No, this was yesterday's news. Chardon Capital reports a 12.9 passive stake in this. That was yesterday. That was on the 27th, though. So I don't see any new news today. Yesterday's high was 250. Okay, so the other site says it's 7 million, not 1.68. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to talk too much about. I mean, this is chicken soup for the soul. I mean, it popped up, basically declaring bankruptcy yesterday. I'm surprised there are actually shares available to short. Somebody mentioned that they shorted this one. And when I say shares available to short, I'm talking about Interactive Brokers, of course. No other brokerage platform. I cannot comment. I shouldn't say it like that. I cannot comment on another brokerage platform whether they have or do not have shorts available for CSSEP. Boy, GMM is on the move here now, guys. Yeah, GMM on the move, and it is a pretty low float, 10 million in the float, China stock. And on the weekly chart, looks like the next high is sort of right there, 117. So the next high after that is 188 on the weekly chart. How is NNE? There you go. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's BYDDF. How is NNE looking? Well, I did see it this morning. Just very choppy day yesterday, to say the least. It got as high as, looked like it was on the run here after it took out the high of 3 days ago. Got up to 32.44, and then it dropped all the way down to 23. So how's it looking? I have no idea. I mean, it's just, it's pretty decent volume still right off the bat. Just indecision right now with that topping tail and the bottoming tail from yesterday. And you can see this morning it did get up to back up to the 30 level, but pulling back. There are shares available for me at Interactive Brokers right now. They'll probably get snapped up. Only 11,000. Now, I don't live in the States, but I do recognize this company name, Cons. Wow. I mean, I remember them as being consumer electronics. I see that they do other things too, furniture, appliances. Maybe it's like Best Buy, a little bit like Best Buy, but my goodness, weren't they a fairly big electronic retail store in the States at one point? Wasn't Cons used to be a big one? I mean, I can't believe this. 57 cents, mulling bankruptcy. Yeah, so the EV players, yeah, they're having a bit of a day, I guess, because of Tesla. But here is okay, Nicola. Hydrogen fuel cell truck deliveries leap in Q2, beats expectations. I mean, guys, I mean, they sold 60 trucks. Anyway, don't want to smear this company at all, but this is how you can use stats. I mean, surging in Q2. I don't know what it was last Q2, but maybe what if it was 30 and now it's 60, so it's 100%. Anyway, okay, now Arnak, where's that Arnak? Arnak is now, I think I'm looking at this one because when I look left, there seems to be room down to 17. Okay, I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. Yeah, I saw that CRM, the shareholders rejected the compensation plan for the CEO and the rest of the C-suiters. And Rivian having a bit of a pop also, RIVN. Still kind of struggling to maintain that big, well, it got up to 16 something, 1637 or so, the day that the deal with Volkswagen was announced. But you can see what happened that day. It actually fell down below the 200-day moving average. So it's still 2 days ago, it touched the 200-day moving average again. Could not get through. Well, Elon, of course, has his mind control software. So I think that's probably it, William. Doesn't he do something with neurotransmitters? I'm kidding, of course, but, or am I? Give me a moment. I'll be right back. So RNAC, okay, so somebody said that was a financing for RNAC, okay. I did not see that. Now I see it, 823. I guess I could have actually, yeah, actually I do have this written down. I have data plus financing. I actually do have it written down. So also when I say data, so the release data on their drug, but also they're doing a financing 130 million. So now it looks like a huge drop, and it is. Okay. However, look at the spread 1763, 1910. So I actually saw some news on HE this morning. Well, I saw it yesterday. HE drops mid news that the ATF report on the wildfires has been completed. Obviously, maybe not going to help HE, but I thought I saw some other news this morning. Maybe not. Oh, I know what it is. Yeah, I saw the news this morning because this actually was released at 4:06 yesterday, right after market close. So I guess that's why I'm seeing it this morning regarding HE. There's no more lying on X, PJ. Okay, good to know. Sorry. Everything is completely factual on X now. I cannot call it X. I'm sorry. Did you X today? No, I didn't. All right, guys, 9:20. So not seeing too many new things coming in here. Yeah. We're drifting into murky waters there, PJ. BLBX, BLBX. Okay, let me take a look at now MSM guys is not trading very much. It is an earnings play though. Okay, MSM is an earnings play. Not very much it's traded yet. Only 6,700. But you can see that if it the low down here is 70. Well, it's not that far away actually. $75, not that far away on a $76 stock. So yeah, wow, look at this. So this is the ETF. If you wanted to short TSLQ and buy this, but of course you wouldn't want to do it now. But yeah, that's a big jump. That is a big jump for Tesla. So again, if you the other one of the other ETFs designed for Tesla, that would be up 12%. VS guys, VS is on the move again here. VS on the move. Pre-market high was around 243. 244 was the pre-market high. Again, up after the resignation of CEO and the CFO, and the market is cheering that on in a huge way. Canadian company, where are you out of? My hometown, Vancouver. Well, not my hometown, but where I live, Vancouver. VS, PJ. VS. Here's your news on it. Names interim CEO following the resignations of the CEO and the CFO. So a bunch of people stepping down here. Oh yeah, Tesla was way higher. Take a look at a monthly chart for Tesla, just out of curiosity. Where was it? Yeah, I mean, you were up at $400, $413. So it's basically not quite cut in half now, but yeah. All right, guys, I want to get the layout that I'm going to use once this market's open, up and running. Give me a moment, guys, as I make some adjustments on my other monitor. Yes, 5 minutes to Powell talking at 9:30. Yeah, well, a little less now. I guess 9:30 Eastern time. Jerome will have his say. Well, I swear Vancouver is the Tesla capital of the world. There's so many. Anyway, guys, so now we have about 3 minutes for this open. Yeah, this longboard, boy, oh boy, what a run it's been on now for the last 3 days. Basically, 50% run, 4 days anyway, from 20 to 30 LB LBPH. And didn't I read yesterday that somebody put like a $90 price target on them? Let me see if I can find that. Maybe like Cantor Fitzgerald or somebody like that. You know what? My memory's still not bad. There we go. So yeah, yesterday Cantor Fitzgerald reiterated LBPH coverage with overweight and a target of $90. Wow. Get those in the off comment or this general market talk, guys, right? No, GMM's falling now, guys. Ardus is. Thank you, William. Yeah, less than a minute, guys, to the open. And do I have time? I do. Okay, so if you have our AI, guys, this is all I would do. Okay, have this window open called Strategy Trades All. How to load that? Click on New from the toolbar, and then pick the middle one that says the three of them start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Okay, this is what you're going to see. No alerts until at least 9:40 by design. Okay, and the other thing I would do is in that filter box, there's a little drop down. If you have anything checked, I would uncheck it so it says none. Okay, because my opinion is to watch the alerts all day long. And yes, let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. We are now open. Yeah, Paramount. I see Paramount here, guys. Para. I see. I guess they're in talks again. Talks again about this merger, buyout, whatever the term is. And there's the VLCN, guys. The VLCN on the move here. But look at the pop up, 630, and then right back down to 590. Look at that. That's why I do not like to trade in the first 15. If you chase that, it could come right back up again, but excuse me, Disney taking a bit of a hit here, guys. DIS. It's the third day down now. Started off a little over 100 a couple of days ago. Now underneath 100, DIS, Disney. When you look at a weekly chart, the next low looking left is 96.49. So about $1 away. Maybe that will be some support. Maybe. Look at Chewy now, guys, after that stuff that happened yesterday. Look at it now. So looking at Chewy, looking left, the next low, looking left, looks like that's it on the daily chart. Sorry, on the daily chart, looks like 22.82. So about $2 to the next low. Let me make sure I'm right here. Actually, 24.76. There is a low. 24.79, 24.76, 24.93. So big area for it to try to hold. If you look at the daily chart. Starting on June the 20th, and the 3 days right here. It's right at this level, but it's now breaking down below. Starting to break down below. Really breaking down below. Big level for it to keep under, guys. It keeps under that level. Because then the next low, and it's on a daily chart. I mean, it's got a couple of dollars on that daily chart. Meanwhile, well, I don't know what he's saying, but the market's liking it so far. This is Powell talking now. I have no idea what he's saying. I don't know if anybody's actually listening to him, but whatever he's saying, the market is reacting positively to start anyway. Chewy, guys. Wow. Look at this. Now, RCM is another one. I think this is it's not an earnings play. Falls after New Mountain Capital says no longer interested in pursuing a joint venture. Okay. So if it's some kind of a joint venture is off now. So that is the RCM. So looking left for this one, the next low looking left is around 1047 on the weekly chart, 1052 on the weekly chart, getting kind of close. Chewy, guys, chewy, CHWY, moving down. So MSM is actually popped right back up and is positive, guys, after being down $75. It's now back up to almost 80. And this is an earnings play. MSM is an earnings play. On the weekly chart, Yeah, it's got maybe some resistance around 80. If it takes that out, it's got room. And up is up. UP, guys. UP is up. Wow, look at this. Look at this move. Did not see this in the pre-market. It really didn't trade in the pre-market that much. So look at UP, guys. Big pop up for UP. Good for you, Oliver. Your GMM is working nicely. That's a nice move percentage-wise. And Shady and Rivian. Let's take a look at Rivian. Probably, yeah, great move early. Big level for to try to get over would be 1451, which is the high of yesterday. Oh, chewy, guys. CHWY on the way down. If there's any news on up. Haven't seen this one for a while. Now, if we can believe this float, that's a huge float. I have to do a check some other website. That's a huge float for it to be up 20% on no news that I can see. Yeah, 87 million. Yeah, that's a big difference, guys. So other side has 87 million, almost like it's not quite a 1 for 10, but now we're getting some. Let me see if I can find this. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, guys, so wow, look at this SPY, guys. Whatever he's saying, the market's loving it. Seriously. Wow, look at MSM now, guys. Wow, MSM. What a bounce back. That's a $15 move, I believe, from the low in the pre-market. I was actually looking to short this one. Yeah, look at that. $75. I'm sorry, not a fee. I thought that's okay, my eyes are bad. I thought that said $90. Still, $5 bounce. That's okay, Oliver. You got out at the right time on the GMM. That was a well-timed trade. Boy, look at Chewy, guys. Now, I'm hearing some report, but I don't want to mention it yet until I have all the facts regarding Chewy. Yeah, this is a discussion, traders that trade ideas. Okay, so I'm not going to say anything until I have a link. Captain, is that regarding the SEC? Yeah, no, that's not what we're talking about, Oliver. Yeah, we know. All right, guys, I am just waiting on something here. So, Run, how about Run, Sun Run? Are you in? Again, the market, not quite the first 15 minutes yet, but look at this big SPY pop. Whatever Powell was saying, again, the market loved it. So, I mean, the market's down just a little bit. SPY's down a little, Dow's down a little, Nas is down a little. All right, VIVK. This is didn't see this in the pre-market. VIVK on the move here, guys. VIVK on the move. Not very much volume yet. Picking up though. All right, guys. RDZN. This has now been very choppy though. You know, had the news, I guess, after hours yesterday. That move area is the after hours. So it must have had some news had the news after hours. This morning it did get up to 3, all the way back down to 2, and now starting to move. RDZN. Joby, guys, haven't seen Joby for a while. Joby. Look at Joby here. Now, this is not an earnings play yet. July the 31st, end of the month. Let's see. Canaccord is putting a $10 price target, or Cantor Fitzgerald. Cantor Fitzgerald's putting a $10 price target on Joby. Of course, this is vertical takeoff and landing. Okay. Haven't seen this one for a while. I'm afraid to look at LBPH. Well, what's the volume like? 16 times normal, 137,000 shares. What's the spread like? 30. Not terrible for a stock that can have these sort of moves. Again, it's been on a tremendous run over the last few days. $20 stock 4 days ago. So far, no AI alerts. No AI alerts yet. See, this RDZN for me anyway is coming into too much resistance on the daily chart. We finally have a halt. Normally it's a lot more active right now. So there's the SYT. So it resumed. I don't know, was it halted in the pre-market? So anyway, SYT just resumed. Boy, big level for this CORZ, CORZ, guys. You can see on the weekly chart, the high right there is 1070. High right there is 1051. We're at 1040 right now. Takes this out, and it could go on a run, and that's a CORZ. This was a big one from yesterday, guys. COSM had a big move from 91 cents all the way up to $1.37, pulled back, closed just over $1. Maybe trying to make another move today. COSM. Now, again, I was looking at this thinking maybe 3 would block it, but look at RDZN now, guys. RDZN soaring after record annual growth. So this is not, we don't have it as an earnings play, but I guess it is. This is a company out of, are they really out of Greece? Remember, couple of days ago, the flag got stuck. No, okay. So it's not out of Greece. This is a U.S. company. I did not see this in the pre-market. Look at this one, guys. PCRX. This is just getting hammered here. Did not see this in the pre-market because it didn't trade. And look at this opening candle, just absolutely getting destroyed. 28.66 down to 22.46. That's a $6 drop. And that is the PCRX. And this is now a lifetime low. I don't see any news on this one. There's got to be something. I mean, the volume is fine, 890,000. So, I mean, I don't see any news on this PCRX. There's got to be something somewhere. And when I say, I'm just looking here, I don't see any news in my IB headlines. All right, if RDZN gets back up to that level up here, that would mean it would have taken, so there was the high today, 325. So if it can take that out again, then the next high in the weekly chart is up at 385. So it would have a shot. Yeah, the streak was over. Yeah, was talking a bit and I had myself on mute. Well, how long did I last? Almost 2 hours. Yeah, so there's no AI alerts yet. Kind of strange. Just RAI, no AI alerts yet. I was talking about the BEEM. Maybe if it gets over 5, it did hit, and it had some news. $10.6 million orders, up 128% year over year. Another cheap one, guys. Wow, NR7, NRSN, NRSN. High in the pre-market was $1.34 after the company reported results from a 12-month analysis of its Paradigm Phase 2B study, etc. Okay, it's an ALS. All right, guys. Well, RDZN is on the move. So it didn't listen to me and it gets stalled at 3. So your next highs are 385, 385 on the weekly chart. And that is the RDZN. Anybody see any news in this PCRX? I still don't see any headline on it. That's for the PCRX. I see no headline from Interactive Brokers. There's got to be something, guys. I mean, the stock doesn't go from 28 down to, 20 for no reason. Probably somewhere there's got to be something. And again, it's a lifetime low. I mean, we're talking about a lifetime low now for PCRX. Wow, look at the volume for RDZN. Look at that volume. I mean, it's traded the float, 20 million in the float, 29 million have traded already. So it's traded the float. All right, guys, I'm really watching this PCRX to see if I know it's down a lot already. See if it holds underneath 21. Big spread. Just crazy that I can't see any news on this one whatsoever. Just going to stick a price alert around 21 on this one. See if it takes it out later. All right. Well, getting close again, back down to 21. But man, I wish I could see some news on this one. This is PCRX. Meanwhile, LBPH, guys, is just surfing away. Longboard, pharmaceuticals. $90 price target put on it by Cantor Fitzgerald. This was yesterday, I think. They reiterated it. They reiterated it yesterday, and then they maintained it. Yeah, well, that didn't work, did it, Daniel? All right, guys, up again, guys. Taking out the high now. So it's the high of the day now for up UP. Next high looking left on both the weekly chart and the daily chart is 305. Big level for it to try to get through. All right. Anything else on the economic calendar today? I don't. It's not a big day. 10 o'clock job openings and the labor turnover survey. I don't know if that has any major effect. So far, our market is still maintaining the initial pop. All right, so RDZN, yeah, RDZN, sorry. What did it get down? It got down to 287. So if it can take out that high later, it might have that run. That's the RDZN. Look at Sphere here. I did not see this one in the pre-market at all. Didn't trade really in the pre-market. SPHR, not a lot of volume, 138,000 shares. It's 3.3 times normal, but not a lot of volume. This is the slowest pouring mug. Just give me a moment. All right. So continuing to watch this LPPH, guys, see if it can reclaim 33 and maybe have a move from there. All right. Well, I bet you William looked at this one. SPHR, a lot of shorts available, Interactive Brokers for shorting. All right, putting a price alert for up at $3. See if it takes it out later on. One day I'll trade Tesla. I don't think I've ever traded Tesla. You're right, almost nonstop. A little red bar there, but other than that, yeah, almost nonstop. So this is, of course, an ETF where you can. So Tesla is up about 8%, a little over 8%. So if you bought this one, this is the ETF designed specifically for Tesla. You'll get bigger bang for your buck. Of course, if it starts to drop, it'll drop further than what Tesla will drop. But that is lots of volume, so plenty of liquidity. 38 million shares. All right, I'm watching this RCM, guys. RCM now, it is not an earnings play. This is something to do with so New Mountain Capital says no longer interested in pursuing a joint proposal with this company, I guess. So RCM dropping big on that news for down 14%. It popped up to about almost to 11, coming right back down though. I missed it. PCRX, I missed out, guys. I was waiting on a 21 break and I missed out on it. Shoot. Yeah, you guys have been talking about Century Aluminum, CENX, B. Riley maintaining coverage and $24 price target for CENX. And Alcoa, which has earnings pretty soon now, guys. Yeah, look at Alcoa. So B. Riley is bullish on aluminum, or anybody in the UK, aluminium. So a target of 39. So target achieved for AA from B. Riley. Definitely sounds posher to say it that way, JK. Refined. Yeah. Posh. It was not the right word. Refined is the perfect word. Ugh. Well, how? Okay, so you know what? I'm not going to beat myself up on this one now. Good one, William. This is just way too. This PCRX. Not going to beat myself up at all on this one. I mean, this went from 20 to 22 just like that, and pulled right back down. So I'm just going to forget about it. It's just too whippy, especially with no news that I can see. So Longboard, so this LPBH had the news yesterday. Potential seizure treatment gets FDA's breakthrough therapy designation. So that was the news yesterday. And then, of course, Counter Fitzgerald, put a $90 price target on it. Well, let's take a look at Zap. Zap's has won 3 races. Wow, no kidding. The only thing I see is from yesterday. I don't know who Litchfield Hills is, but God, look at these. These guys are crazy. I mean, look at this. No, yesterday this was a $2 stock, and they put a buy and a target of 35 on them. I don't know who the heck Litchfield Hills. I don't think I've heard of them before, but anyway, they obviously have some weight because I don't see any reason why this is moving higher. Oh, this is a little strange, guys. No AI alerts yet. I mean, normally we have what time is it now? 10:16. Yeah, normally we have several, but none today. Not yet, anyway. Yeah, I just have to take my eyes off this PCRX. Maybe later on in the day, but not now. Way, 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 way too whippy. All right, guys, 10:17. So I think right now I'll take a look at, or I'll show you what I have on my homepage, including all the scans that I'm sharing and other information, including a nice promo code you can get to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. They are not working on a scanner for a Mac. No, they've never really been working on a scanner for the Mac. Derek, this is in our YouTube room. Trying to get more and more functionality out of the web-based version, but that's about it. They're not working on a Mac app, if that's what you're talking about. All right, guys, this is what you're going to see if you click on my homepage link. So there is a promo code to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year, Barry25. That'll get you 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. These are free rooms, and the way we keep them free is by using my promo code. Then the rooms get credit for the subscription. It's that simple, okay? And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, starting off with a download and install, first startup and login. Scrolling down a little bit, important introduction to scans. Well, you can use your browser, Derek. We've always had a web version of Trade Ideas, always, okay? So you can use Safari on your Mac. The problem, if you want to call it a problem, is that the web-based version is not quite as robust as the downloadable app. So but we've always had a web-based version that you could use on a Mac or a tablet or. So anyway, guys, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay, this will take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos. If you're new to Trading 101, this is a free series that you can take a look at. Michael Noss put it together, and coincidentally, Michael will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 Eastern time when I take my break. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week. You can also sign up for the trade of the week. It is free. You'll get it before the markets open Monday morning. There was no trade of the week this week. Big education section is here. This is our user guide. So starting off with the getting started again. So if you want a lot more detail about what an alert window is or what a top list window is. Now, stock racing, you'll notice I've got 3 races running. Okay, I'm going to go over them. But here's the concept of how you can create your own race in the guide section. Want to put price alerts on charts, which I use all the time. You want to create your own watch list. You know, of stocks that you are wanting to watch, like a symbol list. You can do it here. There's the getting started section again. So daily support, as I said before, I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down the middle section, here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Okay. So these are the 3 races that you see. And you see 3 races. These are the 3 races right here. Halts resumes, which usually, it's almost like our AI. Usually the halts resumes is super active, but only 1 today so far. But I am sharing a lot of other scans here that you can see. I don't have them all up and running. That would be way too many. But you can take a look at them and, you know, there might be something like a bouncers and toppers. Some of you like to see stocks that are maybe overbought versus oversold. Things like that. So you can take a look at these scans that I have here. We're talking about the beam, guys, BEEM. All right, so let me go over in general what Trade Ideas is all about for those of you who are new. And if you're new to the rooms, welcome. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. So this is an example of an alert window, okay? We are excellent at real-time alerting. Let me show you what I mean by this, by demonstrating this alert window that I call momentum, MOMO. So if I right click on it, then click on configure, and then the summary, this is telling me exactly what the scan is looking for. So a lot of screening programs are out there. We of course can screen, but we're also excellent at real-time alerting. So in this particular scan, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least 3. That means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Okay. Now this gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened, not that long ago, was BEAM, BEEM at 10:21 plus 52 seconds. And 520 was the high of the day. And it met all these filter requirements. Okay. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, of course you can have it. No idea, Bus. Which one are you talking about? -1? I have no idea. It must be an oddball. Don't look at it then. What stock are you talking about? RDZN? Well, let me just whoops. So I don't know what you're talking about exactly. I'm looking at the bid ask here, 306, 308. So I'm not sure I know what you mean. All I can do is look at Interactive Broker. So I don't know what you mean by that. All right. So if you like this scan the way it is, of course you can have it. It's on my homepage. But if you want to make any changes, of course you can. If you don't like the price range or something else about it, you can always make some changes. But again, if you like it the way it is available to you. If you want to create your own scans, of course you can. Right at the very top, you see the new high and the new low. These are the two most popular filters or real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. And if I keep scrolling down, you can see that we've got a lot of other real-time alerts though. Okay. And if I keep scrolling down and to get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. All right. So don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Okay. The reason there's so many is that with all the different trading styles out there, the company had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters, screeners to satisfy, all the different trading styles that are out there. But again, you don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day. That's it. That suits my trading style. And also, just a few of the filters. Okay. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys. So again, if you don't get hung up on how many we've got, so let me talk a little bit about the races that you see here. These three races. So this race right here. The biggest gain is from the start of the race. This race right here will give you the stocks that can be really moving in a like percentage wise in a big way. These two, not as much. These are large cappers. Okay. I put a minimum. So let me show you the top list that this is generating these symbols from. And all races start from a top list. And remember, all of this is in the guide. So, this is a top list window. And notice if I right click, it says launch real-time stock race. So that's how you launch a race. So why are these symbols showing up? If I click on configure and then summary, so I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50. The minimum volume is 200,000 shares. Okay. And it has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. If a stock meets all of these filter requirements, it'll be in this list. Okay. So that's great. And if I want to, I can sort on the different column headers. So this is the change from the close. This little 0% is the change from the open. Let's do it. I'm going to sort on the change from the open. So when you look it up, it is up 32% from the open. Okay, it's opening print. It's up 32% from that. Zap is up 22%, etc. Again, maybe nice information to have, but how are you going to use it to trade? Well, this is how the race comes in, because what would happen if something down here that you're not seeing at all, because it's not at the top, GovX as an example. I know this has been a pretty, well, that's a bad example. GSAT. Say GSAT, all of a sudden, it's at 1.9% from the open. That's all. But what if something was happening with GSAT? All of a sudden, it was up 2%, 4%, 5%, 10%. You'd never be able to really see that unless for some reason you're glued to GSAT. Okay. So that's what the race does, though. The race are run 4-minute races, and you can pick the time frame you want. And when the race is over, there's a winner. So you can see SYT since the race started 4 minutes ago. It's just going to close right now. It moved the most. It moved 3%, only 6 cents, but it moved the most. Okay. And so it won the race. And that's the whole basis, because all of a sudden you can see some stock moving up the leaderboard here that you would never be able to see if you were just looking at a normal top list window. Okay. And so what also happens, especially if you're new to trading, is automatically a top 10 list is created for you of all the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see the number one position, ZAP, ZAPP, that has won five races so far. RDZN, 3 races. Now, if you see a stock moving up the leaderboard, click on it. You don't have to wait, number one, for the race to be over to click on something, okay? Okay, guys, LBPH, trying to come back a little now. LBPH. So yeah, just click on it and see what's happening. Now, you have to have some kind of trading experience. It's not just because something's moving up on the leaderboard means you just pile into the trade. But if you've got any sort of trading experience, these are really good for pullbacks too. I mean, a lot of people, I'm much more of somebody who likes to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. But if you're more into pullbacks, this is excellent for that, because, something could be moving higher. Let's take a look at NRSN as an example. I mean, there was the high of the day at 120. It pulled back down to 114. Maybe this suits your trading style a little bit. Okay, maybe it's through a moving average that you like, or maybe it's a moving average that you do like. Maybe it moved into it and it held and bounced off it. Maybe you're a VWAP player. Where's the VWAP for this one? 116. So you can see, it's a little bit below the VWAP right now. So, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to look at how to, play these. And then these ones are the larger cap. So the big difference in these two races is that I put a half a billion dollar market cap in both of these. So you're not going to see giant moves, but you know what? I mean, they can be just because you're not going to see a giant move, but it could mean stocks that are a little less frantic to trade. Okay. And again, a top 10 list is also developed here. And these are the ones moving down. So I'm going to make sure that our AI, something's not. Very strange. Very strange not to have any AI alerts yet from our AI. Well, there's the Zap guys. Yeah, I mean, look at Zap now. I mean, this is obviously the one. Usually every day there's one crazy one. I mean, it's not crazy. I know it's up 55%, but sometimes we see stocks that are up 2, 3, 4, 500%. The next high looking left is 385, so it's got some room. It had earnings, I guess, on this day, on the 20th of June. No, I wasn't speaking actually, so that I can't blame myself. Well, I was talking to my wife. So, all right, guys. So yeah, so SYT is moving higher here. So $3 is the high looking left. The next high looking left is $3. So that could stall it. If it doesn't stall it, the high in the weekly is 3. So it's got room. I mean, we had a week back here in April where it actually got up to around 6, and that is for the SYT. And see what I mean? Look at this percentage move, guys. 29% for the SYT. That's what I'm talking about. In this particular race, you can see some stocks that really have giant moves. You almost for sure you will not see something in like moves like that here in either the ones moving down or the ones moving up. Almost for sure. Because of the market cap, $500 million in the market cap plus 50 million minimum float. Here we don't have those restrictions, and that's why you can get something like an SYT moving, 28%. Well, look at MSM. This is how crazy is this one? I mean, look at the choppiness of MSM. This is an earnings play. I actually looked at this one early, pre-market, thinking maybe this would be a nice short because it had room down to here, but then it did. Then it jumped, and then it's moving back down. Just have to leave it alone. So yeah, look at this market. I don't know what. So Powell, whatever he said, I think did he talk for 30 minutes? Somebody said. So there's your. That's the first 15-minute candle. Green didn't pull back, and now market is still moving higher. Yeah, just not seeing a lot of follow through in some of the things I'm looking at, guys. Some of these cheap ones, look at the beam, got up to 520, then pull all the way back down to 480. I mean, there's a big percentage move. So, all right. Well, I can tell that the fact that Hut and Mara are down, I'm assuming Bitcoin is down, and I'm seeing about, down, what, $1,200 or so. So there's Hut, guys, and Mara. And how about Mara? Now, ONN also, ONN, nothing to do with Bitcoin, of course, but ONN also moving down. So had the big drop, pull up, and now looking like it wants to move down again. Let's see if it takes out that whole number of 37. It did get down to 36.73. And this is, okay, so this is sort of a Nike. They make footwear, apparel, accessories, okay, and just being kind of overall dragged down because of Nike when that had earnings last week. Was it last week or it was Friday, wasn't it? Yeah, Nike had earnings on Friday, so no. Had earnings Thursday afternoon, I understand, after hours, but there was a reaction on Friday. And really, no pops at all for Nike. Nike is just hanging in this area now. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, give me about 2 minutes. Okay, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right, I'm back. All right, guys, game. You got game, engine gaming, and media. So, but to me, it's coming into a ton of resistance on the both the weekly and the daily chart. So, of course, I didn't know that until I clicked on it. So you can see Rivian is still kind of struggling to try to get through that 200-day moving average. It got close Got up to 1482, and then the 200-day moving average is 1504. So it did get close. All right, haven't seen this one for a while. This VVPR Viper, or no, it's Vivo Power, but VVPR, guys. Another one. I mean, I just look left. I see all these little areas where it could stall. I'm looking for something that has a lot more room to run before it hits that next high, either on the daily or the weekly chart. Wow, you know what? I wanted to. This one was looking really ripe for a short yesterday. This FLNC, but is Goolsby talking at 11? Okay, Casa. My did not show up on my economic calendar as somebody, one of the presidents talking. So thank you. Close. 11 o'clock. Another 10 minutes or so. So anyway, FLNC, this was one that I really wanted to short yesterday. It just didn't set up the way I wanted it to, but it's continuing down. FLNC. All right, so I do see SMR. I haven't seen NNE at all today. Let's take a look at NNE, see what if it's recovering at all. Not really. Sorry, guys, I'm just not seeing anything with a ton of room. I'm looking for something that has a lot of room to run before it hits next highs. I'm just on the things that I'm looking at, I'm just not seeing it. Unfortunately, Oren, so a question in our YouTube room, is there a way to custom change TI filters? Let's say I want to use the ADX on a 5-day period, etc. No, unfortunately, no. That was the whole idea when the company started, was to try to create enough different data points to satisfy the majority of our customers without them having to know how to program anything. And so unfortunately, no. I'm really still interested in this LBPH just because of the crazy price target and the news it had yesterday. And I'm just watching to see, oops, LBPH. Holding this area, good volume today, 14 times normal. Just waiting to see, maybe it gets back over 33, could go on that run, late day run. And there was a part of me that says, take a little bit of this and hold it, just in case that crazy price target gets anywhere close. It's not a recommendation to do the same thing. Well, I know somebody was saying the market, markets, well, NAS is up a little, Dow's down a little, SPY's basically flat. So big recovery. So, Oren, did you hear me? Hopefully you heard my answer in our YouTube room. Well, game is on the move here, guys. I mean, I look left. To me anyway, it just looks like there could be too much resistance. Look at the weekly chart to get through. Still no AI alert. It's a little bit strange. One moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. It's possible, William, but it's a little bit strange. I mean, not to have one. I mean, it's 11 o'clock now. Yeah, so remember, guys, tomorrow is a half day. So the market will be closed at 1 o'clock. And then, of course, Thursday, the whole day for your 4th of July. Okay, so but half a day tomorrow. But it's interesting because, yeah, I mean, look how few halts there have been. And usually this thing is crazy, but we only had the two halts. We just have a halt now for AZTR on the way down. Ooh, there are some shorts available, but it's so cheap. So that was the reason for the PCRX. Thank you, Cass. That's strange that I could not see any news on that one whatsoever. On like dropping $8 the way it did. I see it now, at 10:06. So you're probably looking at the same thing, right? I see this. So that'd do it. That would definitely do it when a generic drug has been approved. All right, guys, LBPH is on the move a little bit here. I think there's been maybe 2 days that the AI has not generated an alert. I know one day was Brexit, when Brexit was approved. How many years ago that was? And there may have been one other day. Oh, I know it alerted NNE yesterday. Yeah, it actually NNE has been alerted many times. I think, well, certainly yesterday, but many times from the AI. But yeah, it's just strange. Not one alert today. 4 times. Okay, thank you, Tom. Yeah, I mean, just not seeing a lot of follow through on these cheap ones anyway. Look at the Weena up, down, up, down. All right, what happened at AZTR when it resumed? Did it crater downwards or not really? So they're doing a financing. So that is the reason for their drop. They're doing a financing, a $50 million financing. So that's the reason for the drop. Nope, there's nothing in our AI today, not one, good or bad. I don't know. Let's maybe take a look at VKTX. It had a big drop in the pre-market. VKTX. It has been recovering. It has been recovering a little bit here. No, you know what? It's way too choppy. I thought it was less choppy. Yeah, thanks for posting that one earlier, Casa. So I actually have that one, the EHGO. I do have a price alert for it. So when it starts trading, if it trades today, and it's also out of China, so maybe that'll do something. Maybe one of these little China IPOs will do something if it does trade today. Well, DJ Mix, good luck on your PCRX. Let's see if it's settled down at all. So here's a bit crypto play, guys. BTTR, not caring that much about what the coin is doing. Well, sorry guys, I've sort of lost interest. It's that simple. I'm just not feeling it today. Well, I was looking at our IREM, but I think I saw what I thought might have been too much close to near-term resistance. I mean, I know it's yeah, it's gone from 13 to 1355. I think I saw this right here. So, I mean, you're right. I mean, it's working well. I just wanted to see more room. All right. So the guy's going to stock soon. The Fed Chicago. Okay. You know, I mean, the NRSN has a maybe, you know, some hope. I mean, it got up to 134. There's a high right there, 120. I'll stick an alert there. Probably a low float. Yeah, low float out of Israel. Maybe later on it takes that out and has a move. All right, zap at least over 3 again, or at 3 again. I mean, this is probably the one that, I mean, it's got 387 is the next high looking left. I mean, it's pretty extended right now, but all right. Now MNSO looking left, 1711. Okay, 1711 is the next low looking left on the other than today's low, of course. Maybe this gives us a bit of an opportunity, maybe to short something. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to short this RCM. I mean, it's showing up on the, the breaks, the breakdown. But the problem is that when you look, 1053 is the next low looking left. It just doesn't have enough room for me. I mean, it could stall right there. Give me a moment, guys. Well, I know you're kind of kidding, Gordon, but yeah, I actually have just trying to check to make sure there's nothing. Maybe a switch was not turned on, because it's very, very, very rare. There's, even I don't care if it's good or bad, not one alert from our AI today. It doesn't seem normal. But you know what? I think there were only 3 yesterday, right? Only 3. Yeah, there were only three yesterday, so maybe it is the fact that there's, the markets are going to be closed half a day tomorrow, all day on Thursday. It might be. Wow. Okay, guys. Well, I've got about 45 minutes left, and I may not come back in the afternoon. Just going to confirm it'll be Michael in our YouTube room when I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Well, you guys were all over Victoria's Secret yesterday, VSCO, in terms of a short. Yeah, that was a beautiful one. Basically all day. Closed near the low of the day. It did. This looks like a pretty nice decline all day. Yeah, if I were a fisherman, yeah, hang the shingle out, gone fishing. Or not a fisherman, if I were just say a doctor. hang the shingle out. I am gone fishing. I mean, maybe this one isn't too bad. VIVK, maybe not too bad. Let's take a look on a monthly chart. Where is the next high? And on the monthly chart, the next high, wow, I can't even see that. Interesting. 364, and that's back 2 years ago, back June of 2022. So it's a couple of years ago that it's approaching the highs. It's had a great run for 77 cents 3 months ago. Low float, 12 million. So VIVK, so this is the news, completing their due diligence, got audited financials for respective years. Okay, maybe they had to do some, had to go back a couple of years. Yeah, you can see. I mean, not that a lot of the things here, even to, well, maybe here, these two, the large cappers, but certainly these ones here, not too dependent on what the SPY is doing on volume. But yeah, I mean, look at the volume. I mean, yesterday's volume, not that it was incredible, but it was what, 40 million. Friday was huge volume, comparatively speaking. But today, I mean, we're underneath 10. And we've got less than 4 hours. So yeah, the SPY volume is just completely dried up. Now, speaking of VIVK, it is making new high after new high right now, guys. All right, guys. Let's take a look at GME. Somebody said GME was approaching 24. Maybe that's something to maybe, not really. I mean, sort of, but not really. Ha! Now even the lawyers are coming out wanting people to join a class action lawsuit for people who lost money in GME. Yeah, I mean, I wish I wish I'd taken the IREN. That would have been awesome. You're right. Straight up. And the high looking left on the weekly, I mean, it's at 14. So 14 could stall it if it gets through that. 1474, 1495. So 14 is the next level on the weekly chart. All right, RDZN guys is now back up. RDZN is now back. Over 3. So maybe, I mean, if it takes out the high of the day, it could have that late day run. Could have that late day run. Now, late day might be right now. I don't know. Ideally, if it just sort of stayed in this area, unless you're in it, of course, I want it to go up for you if you're in it right now, but just sort of stayed in this area and then sometime in the afternoon pops through the high of the day on volume and takes a run at that $4 level. But of course, it may not happen. Just trying something here, guys. This is the one I wanted to short yesterday, and then shorts became available later on in the day, but it was already down too much. But there are some shorts at Interactive Brokers right now, 4,300. So there are shorts available, MLGO. Okay, here's something coming in, guys, for the first time. USEG for the first time, I mean today. So again, I know, broken record for me, but look at the 200-day moving average. It's right above it, 114. And that's USEG. Now, something happened at 415. I mean, this did get up to 139. Looks like a lot of volume came in. And there's up, guys. So up at least is back up to 3. Okay, so it is taking out the high of the day now. UP taking out or at the high of the day. All right, so the RDZN is at 3, up is at 3. PNC is upping their dividend from 5 cents to $1.60. Really? Oh, $1.55. Oh, I see. I see. You're saying it's going up 5 cents. Okay. I had to read that again. Sorry, Casa. So they're upping it a nickel. Okay. Okay, guys. So RDZN is still at 3. UP, is it still at 3? Yeah, it is still hanging around 3. So it's got a shot. The RDZN is probably better only because it has more room. Gosh. All right. Well, this is fun, guys. I mean, FUN showing up. Of course, we've got 6 and fun merging. The symbol will be fun, but it'll be called Six Flags or something to that effect. And Oppenheimer maintaining coverage and an outperform and a target of 67. And that is for fun, FUN. Same headline, raising their price target from 49 to 67. Next high looking left, very close, 55.35, pretty close, 50 cents away or so. So guys, for me anyway, on days like today, I don't try to, I have to completely and utterly resist out of trading from boredom, out of boredom. Okay. If I don't see anything I really, really like, I'm just not going to trade. I did do one thing early today and that's it. But, other than that, I've done nothing. And I've just, and I have no problem, sitting on my hands and waiting for for a setup that I really like. All right, so CRNC does have a little bit of room, guys. Looking left on the daily chart, at least it's got some room to 342. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least when you look left, the next high is far enough away. Now, of course, the issue is going to be that it's a little bit extended. Would have been nicer to get it right around the 3. Well, is there any news on this one? All right, CRNC, where did I even see it? So I don't see any news on this one. No, interesting. I thought it was a bio, but it is not a bio. It's in the automotive. Audi to use generative AI from Cerence for its in-car assistance. Now, that wasn't today's news. That was on the 27th. Well, if you took fun, you'd be up about 40 cents from where I mentioned it right here. I did not take it. Well, you know what? Chewy is actually making a bit of a move here. Over 25, Chewy. High in the pre-market was 26. Nice on the EBS. I know that Shady talked about this one early. Yeah, now this has been pretty, pretty substantially up in terms of no big pullbacks other than at 10 o'clock. Benchmark reiterates with an $8 price target. So target achieved. Now that red line represents the next high in the daily chart. You cannot see it on the daily chart, but if I scroll back, I would see a high somewhere, and that would be about 820, but 822. Look at the RDZN now giving up 3. Might be better to look at some of these larger cap ones, guys. They won't be as volatile, but so let's take a look at CORZ, and now look left. Again, it's got all this stuff that has to get through. I know I looked at this one earlier today. All right, now look at Oscar. Now Oscar at least has some room, guys. So you look at Oscar, has a high of 1780. It's $1.30 away. It's it's extended, but at least it's got some room. So let's see if it can rest a bit. OSCR. Is there any news on this one? I don't see any news on Oscar, OSCR, but at least when you look left, it has some room to run. Okay, let's take a look at Oscar again. Did it win a race? Yeah, it did. Won the last race, I guess. Oscar won the last race. Anything on BTOG? I haven't seen that one at all. Is it under 50 cents? If it's under 50 cents, I will not have seen it, but let's take a look. BTOG. No, no, okay. No, it's interesting. Bid origin. So the volume is fine. Volume coming in. It does have room looking left, 285, 284 or so. So it does have some room looking left. Interesting. Just kind of out of nowhere. It's had a bad 2 days and just trying to have a bit of a recovery. I don't know what happened 2 days ago. Updates on their collaboration with okay, it looks like a funding, a lot of information to digest. Whatever it was, market didn't like it. And now it's just stuck, not moving. So it doesn't care. I mean, it's in the crypto sector, but it engages in crypto mining business. So I don't know if it's like the Iran and which is, again, they're not a miner, but they supply stuff to the miners. Look at the market. Meanwhile, look at the market. I actually looked at this MSM. I was toying with the idea of taking it. I didn't do it. Right around here. So it is just gone positive though. MSM has just gone positive. It is an earnings play. MSM did hit a high in the pre-market. That's right. This is the one that got up to $80. Oh, it's way over, Sam. He talked at 9:30. Unless he was really long-winded. In our YouTube room is the J Powell talk over. He talked at 9:30. Okay, here we go. Let's just see if this one has any enthusiasm. Okay, so this one just started. EHGO. It's out of China. It was priced at 4, so it's a little bit above, now below the IPO price. Only 1.3 million shares have been issued. Okay, so let's see if this one has any sort of excitement about it. And excitement meaning if it was priced at $4, the IPO was priced at $4, is it at least above it, number one, but well above it, $6, $7. But right now, no enthusiasm right now. I have no idea. Ever is a long time. The question was, has the market ever had a red July 4th week? I have zero idea. But remember, ever is a long time. Now, listen, guys, something could happen later on, in the day. Maybe it's just all these, a lot of froth early, and maybe, just maybe something will settle down and then start to move a little more orderly. So Shady is going to take SYT if it hits over 3, and it's close with a 255 stop. Just to tell you what he's talking about when he puts that down, 3/255. Now, last time I looked at Chewy, it was approaching 25, and now it's dropped. So I was just talking about the Zap. No, so I wonder how long I was on mute. So I don't know, Sam, when you asked, has the market ever had a red July 4th week? I have no idea. Ever is a long time. Go back 100 years, I have no idea. All right, VKTX. Okay, there you go. So yes, it has. The answer is yes, it has. Okay. Well, no, I don't watch. No, I don't. I do not watch. Some kind of a trend is July 4th week. The reason being, Sam, is that I don't really care because I'm an intraday trader. Whether or not the market is having a bad week, all I care about are these things. Now, I'm not trying to, dismiss your question, but as an intraday trader, it really doesn't make any difference to me whether or not July 4th week would be bad, good, indifferent. So that's why I really have never even thought about a question like that. There you go. Just last year was a red week, Sam. Just last year. Okay. So, guys, the VKTX, this is so far nothing. So, here's what I'm going to do I'm going to put a price alert at the high today of this EHGO and see if later on in the day, maybe it takes it out. Okay. Now VKTX. This is now, did it make any, I don't think it won any races or lost any races. Well, won any races on the way down because it was approaching that whole number, VKTX. So, 52.35 is the next low looking left. 52.43 is. Well, yeah, as a intraday trader, as you call it, a free and open mind each day. I mean, that's as an intraday trader. Yeah, I mean, you're just looking for the ones that are moving, irrespective of what the overall market's doing. All right, guys, 11:52. It is almost my break time, so I'm just going to put my announcement up here. I'm just going to wait for Michael to show up. Accidentally erased it. There you go. Okay, so you want. So here you go, Sam. Casa in our other room. Thank you, Casa. There you go. Oh, it's not going to. Shoot, I can't post anything. To figure out how to get that back. I got my YouTube problem again, not being able to post. So give me a moment. Okay, seemed to be a quick fix. So there's a so Sam, right underneath there is a link for you as an the almanac, so you can check yourself. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in, so you can head over and listen to Michael for his hour. He'll be there in about 4 minutes or so. All right, VKTX taking out 52 again. VKTX taking out 52 again. It has some room, guy. Well, not a lot of room. 52.43 is the next low. Excuse me, next low looking left. Okay, guys, just waiting for Michael to show up. I put the YouTube link in, so he'll be here in approximately, well, less than a minute, I guess. Yeah, I mean, we have not seen one of these cheap IPOs out of Singapore or China in the last several months, really, that have done anything. Whereas, for a few months, when we get one of these from China or Singapore, the day of, at least they'd go crazy sometimes. I mean, we're just not seeing that now. So here's another one, out of China, $4 IPO, doing nothing. No enthusiasm whatsoever. All right, Michael is a little bit late, maybe. There he is, Mr. Michael Noss himself. I think you've just shown up, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, just give me a moment, Michael. Okay, guys, so I've put the YouTube link in the main room. You guys can head over and listen to Michael. I'll be on a break from 12 to 1, so we'll see you in about an hour. And Michael, wow, thank you for this has been a boring, deadly boring day. I mean, it's interesting. The AI has had not one, good or bad alert today.
Well, yeah, and it's probably right. Volume is nothing because we have
Yeah.
a half day. Yeah, so we're doing way less than normal volume today.
Yeah.
So we have half day today or half day tomorrow, and then a full day on Thursday, and right in the middle of the summer, and so on and so forth. So just a lot of stuff that's right, not.
I was saying, I think
the best time.
the last time I think we had no AI alert. I know, well, at least one time. I mean, Brexit, I think that was one time for sure. And I'm not
Yep.
sure there was another time. But anyway, As they say, Michael, it is what it is. Nothing we can do about it. So I'll
Cash
leave
is
you. I will come back in about an hour. So have a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, it'll be great, I'm sure.
I'm sure it will be. Okay. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So, right, as always, you can bury some much needed time off, take a little break in the middle of, again, what is a slow market and a slow day. And I'm here to open up the room to questions about trading and trade ideas and all that kind of stuff. So, um, feel free to ask for sure as we go on. In the meantime, this is kind of really the first look of the market I've had today. As some of you know, as a swing trader, I sit out the mornings and spend the mornings working on other stuff. And then the afternoons is when I'm kind of focusing on the market and seeing what's going on and taking trades potentially if any set up. So really, starting this analysis here on the spy, let me bring up my pen here. Pretty obvious what's going on, and not a time that I really think you want to kind of swing for the fences at all, because we're just kind of in this range, right? You could draw the range from down here, wherever, to here, and we're just chopping. And that's absolutely fine and could be considered bullish, considering what a monster trend we've been on from the lows here. We're up what is it, year to date? Let's do year to date. Change since January 1. Yeah, 15% year to date. It doesn't shock me at all to see, hey, sometimes you need to rest. And it looks like that's what we're doing. So, like I was talking about there with Barry, is cash is a position. The new trader, the inexperienced trader, just feels the need to, all of the time, I have to do something. I have to enter a position. I have to do something every day, or I have to do something multiple times a day. What I'm personally doing when the market is just range bound like this, and there's really nothing too much that's happening, is a lot of list building, right? A lot of scanning, trying to set my price alerts, figure out what's interesting and where, and kind of look to be a little more, I guess, selective on entries. So look for more pullbacks and less breakouts and things of that nature, right? And then also, as always, click on areas in which defend. Click on areas in which I think may be showing some relative strength, right? So we have defense here. We have shipping ETF up a bit. Consumer discretionary up a little bit. China, KRE as well here. So, a lot of hunting under the hood, but not really looking to take trades right now. Okay, Web. Down even further here. And that's, one big takeaway, I think, for people is trying to fit, the moment you can get over that feeling of I need to trade all the time, the just better you will be as a trader, for sure, right? Where, again, I see it so much in new traders that they feel that that urge, that need to, I need to be doing something all of the time. And that comes from most other aspects of life in which that's true. And if you want to be successful at your job, you should probably work really hard and put in a lot of hours. If you want to be successful at the gym, you should go in and work hard and put in a lot of hours. In trading, there's just times to, the famous saying is, there's times to go long, and there's time to go short, and then there's times to go fishing. No, moves on. So the question is, are moves on low volume considered to be moving up on low momentum? No, volume, momentum are completely separate. You can have moves that happen with no volume behind them. I've yet to see a study that shows that you need high volume on moves to have anything that you need volume. That volume helps in any sort of a real way, right? Prices at the end of the day, it's the only thing we make money off of. So, you know, I'm not too worried about that. It just means that there are less participants in the market on both sides, right? For every trade, you need a buyer and a seller. There's never more buyers than sellers, and there's never more sellers than buyers. Just the market cannot work that way. And every buyer, there's a seller. Every seller, there's a buyer. It just means that there's less transactions happening, which just generally means there's less market participation, which happens sometimes when the market is waiting for something, a large news event or Fed speech or something. In this case, I think it's just we have, again, a half day tomorrow, then we're off on Thursday, and then I'd imagine Friday is going to be a pretty dead day as well. So just I'd say it's just less people at their desk. I don't need to look too much deeper into it than that. Trying to learn options. I think Tasty Trade probably a good place for learning about options. Over at All Star Charts, right? They have a friend of mine, Chicago Sean, teaches options and does option stuff there. I would check that out. You're right to books be a big thing. If you're getting into the world of options, you're very right to take some time and learn about them. So many people get killed in the option space by not taking that time, not understanding things like theta decay and volatility crush and all of these things that, even if you're right on direction, can make you lose significantly on trades. So it makes, most when it makes a lot of sense to take that time, because I don't know how many times people have come to us and said, oh, I bought a call option and it went stock went up and I lost money, right? They didn't. Again, there's many different aspects that affect the price of an option, so definitely take your time there, but then understand at the end of the day, you have to be able to predict price. Options, if you can't generally make money in stocks, or if that's still a struggle for you, then options is just kind of adding a little layer, I believe, of complexity, because not only now do you have to be right on direction, you have to be right in time at the same thing, right? So maybe that's just my opinion anyway. Someone's trying to set a stop loss order in Brokerage Plus. Do I have Brokerage Plus open here? No. Go new, and we'll do Brokerage Plus. Make this here. So if you already have an open position, you just right click on it and add stop order. It's a way to do it, right? So if I want to add a stop order to this Vimeo, and let's just do it at $3. So I just right clicked, I clicked add stop orders, and then boom, I'll add that. You can also just add a stop order from the order entry, where instead of selecting market, you just select stop, right? So you got the order entry panel. You can bring up Apple here. Let's put, I don't know, 100 shares at put in a stop, right? Instead of market, you just hit stop, and let's make that, I don't know, 220. Buy, send. So now we have a Apple stop order up at 220, which I put there. Was VEMO. I don't even remember what that other one was. I probably just VMEO. So I have stop order in this guy as well, way down here. This thing doesn't move very much, but yeah, $3. You can see it there. So those are the two easiest ways, right? If you got a position, I would just right click. That's super easy. Or again, if you want to use the order panel, you just pick the stop button and away you go. There's caution when moving up on lowering momentum. Yeah, and a lot of people will use, a simple, say an RSI or something for momentum index. And yes, but these moving higher on lowering momentum things can occur for months or even years before anything happens with them. So, you could it becomes very obvious looking in retrospect and saying, hey, this has moved up from lower momentum. But in this Nvidia, you could say it started to move up on lower momentum here at $70 and then ripped to 140. So like anything, use it as part of your toolkit, but at the end of the day, it's price is the only thing that pays, and everything else is a derivative of price. Right? RSI, any indicator that you see is just deriving its value from price. So, spend more of your time, I think, focusing on price, and I think that's kind of better time spent than trying to figure out, other things, right? At the end of the day, I'll say this until probably I'm dead or people stop listening to me. In trading, simplicity ends up being key, ends up being really the only thing that matters. Thank you. Oh, no problem at all. That's what we're here for. It's really just looking around the markets here. It's just not the RSP, which is the equal weight SPY, that is up 6 cents. The Qs are up 0.14%. The equal weight Qs are up 0.2%. IWM up 0.05%. MTY. Yeah, there is 0.18%. So I'm just looking at the different market caps. IWC is the micro caps. That's just nothing. Nothing is happening today, really. I'm sure there's some crazy low float momentum stuff. I noticed that Tesla had a great number if you owned it into the number. That was fantastic. And for day traders, right, there's always something going on. For day traders, I'm talking more about my time frame, which is more of the swing time frame. And we broke this downtrend line, and then we were consolidating for a while in Tesla. So we had a nice push up off of that, and then nice move after that. And now we're at this downtrend line. So it'll be interesting to see how that acts. And then also if we grab an anchored VWAP, so we're above that from this major high. Tesla has definitely for sure been one of the overall laggards when it came to this recent bull market. Tesla hasn't been participating at all. We've had Apple breaking out to new all-time highs, and Meta and Nvidia. All these things have been doing great, and then Tesla, being one of those big guys, have been lagging, along with Amazon, which looks like it is now catching up. Right, we got above these recent highs, and then we've been chopping for a couple days, so that might be an interesting momentum move there on Amazon. But really just a kind of low day. But this is when I go through things like TI strength, right? Looking for the different names that are happening there, and what we can end up trading with those. Ice. Oh, nice little breakout on that intercontinental ICE, which is a stock and futures exchange. Nice little breakout candle there. So with the market not moving much, again, the move seems to be to take a look at things that are moving. I noticed from TI Strength just a whole lot of financials in here right now, showing that there may be some interest in the financial space. So this ICE, and we can confirm that. We look at the XLF, relatively strong today. I'm watching this symmetrical kind of wedge in the XLF to see if we get a continuation through there. But ICE looks very interesting to me. This little breakout, if we start to close anywhere near here, we can take a look at more of the intraday action. Just sort of smashed through this prior level pretty hard right through here, and now we're coming back. So if we come back to this 39.50 area and we start to hold and then push higher again, I think that's probably what I'll look at for a trade on ICE. So this is the pullback zone I'll be watching right there. And how does that line up with VWAP? Pretty good. Okay. So what else is? Ugh, that's not a good looking chart. Oh, that's a buyout. IBKR, so Interactive Brokers, nice pullback and then starting to push up here again. MOD, manufacturing. Sally Beauty Holdings, been holding this support right here for a while. Nice push up after that. Crude has been very interesting. I just noticed, UCO is an ultra crude thing, but man, just this reversal off the lows here for crude oil has been pretty wild, considering what's happening to natural gas again. It had a great trade in natural gas from this 15 where it held for a long time up to 20, and now it's falling apart. So I'm watching kind of this pretty much right where we are to see if this prior breakout area ends up being any support. We can push up because we have natural gas just completely falling out of bed, and getting oil is just doing fantastically. This Abercrombie and Fitch, it's just been wild. The 5-year return on Abercrombie has been 900%, which is just insane. But we had this massive potential blow off top here, but ever since then we've been holding strong. So this one, to me, is something I'm seeing a lot of it, and definitely has to stay on my list for sure. Right, so you simple mark off. This low right here. And that high right here. And for me, that's going to be the ANF play. If we can break out over that high, then I think we could get a nice move higher. If we break down here, then it might be over. But you have to imagine we got a lot of shorts piling in after this insane move higher to get some sort of revision play, and those guys have just been killed trying to play this. Speaking of people getting killed, down again today. Yeah. You guys should definitely be tuning in to the podcast that me and Steve are doing, because we talked about this being just another pump and dump scheme on the weekend, and that was even before the filings came out of the cat dude. This massive pump and dump that happened right here, and then just completely falling apart. I'm hoping that people are learning their lesson and stopping just dumping their money into anything that some dude on the internet does. So after GameStop, a lot of people got hit really hard. And I was saying this, me and Steve had a disagreement here. I was saying all these times that this is just more pump and dump style action. Some guy decided he wanted more money, and that he could, without getting in trouble, just tweet some memes and have the price of a security go crazy. And right, that's what he did, and that's what happened. He made a lot of money. A lot of retailer probably there holding the bag, owning stocks from 40s and 50s, and right, this thing's just on its way. It's probably going to just start doing what it did before, after the last crazy meme stock thing, where it has these spikes and then makes lower lows, and then has a little spike and then slowly drifts down, so on and so forth. It's not even that heavily short anymore, only 11% short. And now it looks like this Chewy may enter the fray as the same type of thing. Someone does a tweet, things are going to spike a bit and then just kind of fall apart. Eventually, they'll all end up like AMC, which is, diluting shareholders thousands of percent. But it also makes you want to take a look at heavily shorted names, right? So we have a simple scan here that's looking for very high short float names. And trades we could potentially take off them. ALT, for example, 33% short. EVGO, 32% short. A lot of heavily shorted names out there. That ENVX. But we're just looking, whenever you're looking for something heavily short like this, you're looking for it to already be pushing higher so that those shorts end up nervous in some way, shape, or form. A lot of these names, if you were looking at the monthly chart that I have down here in the corner, these shorts aren't super nervous. So I try to look for these having some type of move higher. That's why I like this score that we have here, because it shows when it's highly ranked, it shows stocks that are in an uptrend and some in some way financially sound. So the 23% of people that are short this court are way more nervous because this thing's near all-time highs. If it gets a breakout of all-time highs, that's a decent little trade. Bit Digital, for example, was another one. It's only 16-17% shorted, but making money as a company, which is not what you want to see if you're short. And then nice little pops that we've had here. And SMR as well, just full disclosure, I'm long this one from kind of way down around the $6 area. And I like the fact that this is an IPO. So, if we zoom out, this is it. That's when the stock was born, way back here. And we're grinding up here and could potentially take a shot at these highs. Then we know if it's an IPO that's heavily shorted, we know all of the people who are wrong, right? And they are wrong, right? Why are people following Roaring Kitty? He was just the original GameStop guy. He had a thesis that he thought GameStop was undervalued and heavily shorted, and that he could make a trade from them. And he ended up turning, I think, 100 grand or so into 30 million. And then for some people, that gave him the authority, I guess, to know what's going on with stocks. But it's people just FOMO chasing. It's people that saw that when he tweeted after coming back for years that there was these massive rips in GameStop. Most people got burnt. Some people would have made money, like any pump and dump, right? A pump and dump is kind of the same thing as a pyramid scheme. If you're early into the pump and dump, or you're early into the pyramid scheme, then there's certainly money to be made there, right? If you're late into the pump and dump or late into the pyramid scheme, then you get left holding the bag. And that's what happened with a lot. Now, if you go on Twitter, you're going to find a bunch of people justifying that, oh no, this company is going to be, bigger than ever and worth $1 trillion and all this kind of stuff, right? But that's just, cognitive dissonance, right? They feel bad about that kind of stuff, right? And they want to find a way, instead of just closing the position and moving on, they want to find a way to Oh, I may have hit the mute button. Am I back now? Sorry. I do that from time to time. But yeah, so it's like anything, the dude, I just go back to what the guy's saying. The dude just got famous for, it's like for a while there, Michael Burry, who got famous. I don't know if you watched the Big Short movie, but he was played by Christian Bale. He was one of the guys who predicted the housing market crash before everything else. And for years and years after, every time the guy would tweet about a stock, that stock would go crazy until, like most people, he ended up, he still runs a fund and that fund does okay. But, he had one big insane trade and then everything else has been just kind of deep value investing since then. I think you can even probably see on this day, I think it was, he was buying this Geo, which is I guess a company that is into prisons, I think. Geo Group engages in the support of secure facilities, prisons. And he talked about how he loved the stock. He sold everything except I think this one stock on this day, and ends up, he's doing well on it. But just like anything, there's these cultures that come and go, right? For a while there, it was Kathy Wood, right? Every time, because Kathy publishes the stocks that she's in and the trades that she makes the day, like right after the day after she makes them. You can go on her website and she says, okay, well, today ARK bought this and sold this. And when you run an ETF, obviously you have to disclose the holdings of those ETFs. That's just part of the laws behind it. And for a while, she was the guru, and then that completely fell apart. So it's just a good lesson there that anybody who's been in this game for any length of time will definitely agree and will tell you that there's always a guru, right? There's always someone who rises up and becomes insanely popular for some pick or some call that they've done, and some crazy move that they make, and then people will try to follow that person for any length of time, and eventually, if enough people follow you, then your ideas of the market will essentially degrade. And that's what I think we're seeing happen with Kitty, Roaring Kitty now, is that there are people who know that as soon as he does something, that there's going to be all of these lemming people who follow him, and that makes for a profit opportunity. So you better believe that there are tons and tons and tons of automated systems that are waiting for a tweet, alerting a series of traders of that tweet, or even just doing it with AI now, where, okay, he tweeted a picture of a dog, now buy all dog related stocks, and then wait until the retail crowd piles in and sell to them. GameStop, that's why I keep making jokes. If you follow me on Twitter, every time one of this guy tweets, I'm like, okay, it's time for hedge funds to make a bunch more money. Because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are making a killing off these, because they're buying the stocks before retail, they're selling them to retail, and then they're probably going short on the other end. And then when retail finally pukes out, they're there to hold the bag. And it's sad, but everyone's a grown up here. So if you're going to follow some cat dude on the internet, I think you kind of deserve everything that happens, right? Yeah, in the filings. So what happened with Chewy was he bought enough that he had to file an insider ownership document, which is just something you have to do if you own a certain percentage of a company. You have to declare to the world that you are now an owner of that company to a certain amount. Obviously, nothing that we have to worry about. But when you're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, then yes, it's something. It's like Warren Buffett, for example, files pretty much every time he buys into something. So yes, he submitted the documents, also doctoring the documents to add in columns for jokes, which doesn't seem like the smartest thing to do, is to edit and forge submitted SEC documents. Doesn't seem like that's a brilliant idea. I'm Canadian, so I don't generally understand how the SEC works, but that's a little bit too much. Yeah, I don't think the SEC has a sense of humor. No, yes, it was a joke. Probably didn't forge any of the financial side of things, but still not something I would recommend anyone doing if you're submitting documents to the Securities Exchange Commission. I don't think the smartest thing someone can do is forge those documents. I don't think that's a smart thing to do. So that will be interesting. Then the other question people have is, when he left after the GameStop saga, he had $30 million. And when he came back, he had $200 million. And, right, obviously no one knows where that came from. And then if he owns Chewy at the price and the shares that he bought, that's $300 million. So he either sold all of his GameStop position and didn't set any money aside for taxes on that gain, which is terrifying, or there's some sort of outside forces at play. He has some sort of outside money and he's investing in these companies. But either way, I don't really care. It's more about what the market's reactions to his tweets were. And there was their point in which he had a lot of power. When it came to, he would tweet something and things would move over and over and over again. That power seems to be dwindling. Every time he seems to tweet, there's less of an impact. Right? GameStop, when it was moving from. Now GameStop's a much smaller company than Chewy, but GameStop was moving, went up 200-300% before crashing back down. Chewy went from $30 to $40, so up maybe 25%, and then crashed back down. So, like anything, it starts to lose its power over time, and I think you'll see a lot of that with his actions. Every time he tweets now, there's going to be less of a reaction to whatever he does. So, if you're a short-term trader, again, the reason we're chatting about this is because it creates opportunity. There is opportunity to be had if you are one of the first to see his tweets. Like if you go to Twitter and you turn on notifications, so you get a notification the second somebody tweets. Great. Maybe if you see him tweet about something and that something doesn't move, then maybe you got a chance, right? Take a shot, have a stop loss, see if you get some sort of craziness. You have to be a very short-term trader for this, because you have to know kind of exactly where to be in, exactly where to be out, all that kind of stuff. The opposite you could do, you could try to short when things get a little bit too high. that I would say is way more dangerous. So if you're going to try to pick a top of these pump and dumps, be very, very careful. Right, things can halt and you're short, and then they go crazy, and all of a sudden you're getting run over. That's something I would definitely watch out for. What I've been doing a bit of with these plays, and it's been working well, is once you get the first pump and dump that happens right here, is anchoring a VWAP to that. Right, so you can see that's the first pump and dump. We had another one yesterday morning when the filing came through that, yes, he had indeed bought a bunch of this. That pump and dump was way less. We didn't go to 40. We went to 35. And then we started to chop around this area. So when the market opened and we sold under this, again, this anchored VWAP being essentially representing the average market participant of the person who got suckered in, right? So the person who got suckered in right here, his average price is this purple line. So when that broke and people are starting to be underwater on the trade, that I think ends up being an interesting place to take a quick shot. And that was a great trade yesterday. I got out somewhere around this area. I could have had more, but right, it was just flushed down off the open, so I took profits into that move. GME is where I got that idea because I had a couple great shorts in GME because of the same thing. So let's just do a 30-minute chart on that. Where's the original? Yeah, so this is the original pump and dump right here. If you anchor, let's just do 60 minutes. The reason I have to do intraday charts is just to show. Yeah, so that's the original pump and dump. So when we fell back through that the next day, that was a great short. And then you had this pump and dump right here. And then if you anchor a VWAP to that one, you can see we struggled there. If I anchor a VWAP to this pump and dump, right, both of those anchored VWAPs line up at the high right here. And I remember I got a trade in there as well. So again, and it's over now, it's done. But that's something that's being very, very interesting to me on some of these plays. So it's something I'm going to start experimenting with, and you're kind of seeing how we create a and this is how traders, this is, I guess, an insight of how traders like myself create these types of ideas. It's how we generate ideas. Is we notice things like this. I had a theory going in that, right, these GameStops are going. We've seen it before, right? These meme stocks pump, and then at some point, reality sets in that GameStop is a company that lights money on fire, and there's no reason for them to exist. So my idea is, okay, well, if they're going to do this pump and dump thing that they did last time, then great. That's a place that I can take a trade. And then using these anchored VWAPs has been very interesting. So it's something that I want to try on, just regular, like really, really high flyers. So if we just let's just make a new, we take a new top list and we just go to, let's just do volume. Yeah, let's just do relative volume leaders. And then let's take a look at use historical. And then let's just look at yesterday. So this is a list of the highest relative volume leaders from yesterday. So one thing that I'm experimenting more with, and I'm testing when I have time, when the markets close, is looking at these insane things. Let's make that free floating, and then this window. These crazy guys, and just anchoring VWAPs from their insane highs, and just seeing if there's any that end up becoming something that would be interesting to trade, right? So you're trying to find the stocks that were crazy yesterday. So here's one. Obviously, I didn't have a chance to trade this morning, and I don't think this one would have been good enough anyway. But anchoring a VWAP from this crazy move from 90 cents to $1.40 and back down. So you got a pump and dump there. You anchor a VWAP from that high, and if it comes up and it struggles there, then that's an interesting trade to take. Right? So, oh yeah, no, hold on. So it's something I'm going to experiment with. And, even though I'm someone who generally doesn't day trade, if I find a strategy like that that works that well, then, it might be something I keep an eye on. 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're going to do 10 million shares, and we'll do change from the open. And let's make that, I don't know, at least 10%. Yeah, so these would have been all the ones yesterday that would be interesting. This, you may even look for the other way. So you may say, okay, this Sava is down a bunch. Let's just anchor VWAPs from these kind of major lows right here and see what happens. So this major low, you didn't really have anything yesterday, but today it came down. It hit that just to the tick and started moving higher. So you might look at this as, okay, if we're going to rebound from this anchored VWAP, then we can go from there. The idea is that these extreme points are, where market participants end up landing. So this Sava, again, bad news. I think this was like a short report or something that came out, just absolutely tanked in half. So now you can use this AVWAP here as a level, and that level could be one to play off of. So again, just an idea. Could be a horrible trading strategy for all I know, but it's something that I want to play with. And one way, I think, a simple way to do that would be to go to the doc channel bar and just go to the explosive winners tab, and then just start to make a list of. This is the way I was planning on doing it. Make a list of these ones, go to the daily chart, that are insane. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to make a list of the ones that fail. Yeah, I don't really see anything today. Like Barry was talking about, right? I don't see anything huge. Where you're looking for ones that they rally all day and then just fail entirely. Like SYT right here would have been interesting. And then you're using this this anchored VWAP in order to say, okay, this is where I'm going to potentially take a trade, right? This does look like a good idea. Yeah. So, because I'm never going to be one to short the day of. And a lot of this came from, too, when we were doing those contests for shorting. This was kind of the strategy that I was looking at doing. Because, how many times have we in the market seen this pattern of XYZ company gets really overhyped and sucks in a lot of retail traders and then grinds off into nothing. Right? If I end up doing this, and if we do this for historical, let's just do yesterday at this time. VLCN. So yeah, that had popped up and was falling apart. This poet. I don't know if we already looked at this one, but this is the kind of thing that I'm interested in. You had this initial crazy move, and now it looks like it's falling apart. So if you go into shorter term chart here, say a 15-minute chart, the play is you just take that high and you anchor a VWAP there, and then you see if there's any times where we test that and fail from it, potential to take a play. Now, the problem is, when these type of names are very common names to look at short, because you take these companies that come out of nowhere and spike. They're generally not going to be your best companies that are making a lot of money. So, right, you've got to be careful there that in theory this may end up working great, and then when you go try to trade it live, it might not be nearly as good because you've got all of this, right? It's hard to find shorts and this and that and the other thing. So, again, just testing, right? I think Poe was on Barry's scan. Yeah, so that's someday, if I have time, what I'm going to do, and something that, right, I always recommend to do within trade ideas, if you have an idea like this, you can just paper trade it, right? So someday, if I ever have the time, let's just flatten this. I don't even know what this is, right? You just take your paper trading account and you just record all the trades as you take them, and then come up with that as kind of a day trading technique and see if it makes money in the long run. And then, so trade that in paper alongside your normal trading, and trade that in paper for maybe a couple months, 2-3 months. And if it ends up being consistently profitable, then it's something you add to your regular trading kind of repertoire after that. So I see someone asking, what indicators are your favorite for mean reversion? A lot of them will do the same thing. I would just grab any momentum oscillator, right? So an RSI is a good one. Bollinger Bands are okay. They're all the standard. I'm not a massive mean reversion guy. I have some mean reversion systems, and I'm working on them. And I do get the merit behind trading mean reversion. I'm not a big fan, especially from an intraday point of view. I'll do more, they call it envelope trading, where you look for something that's down really big and you put a bid below it to see if it continues to flush. But mean reversion gets complicated, right? Because there's this whole concept of this stock is down too much or up too much. And then if you run the math and practice, it ends up not being that not being a thing, quote unquote, down too much or quote unquote up too much. Ends up not being a thing. It becomes, again, really, really hard to trade. So just be careful if you're going to do that, for sure. I'm more of a trend follower, or mainly more of a pullback style trader. I like one trade. This is probably the only trade I've taken so far this week. Is I bought some Carvana at the close here yesterday, and that was just because this thing has broken this prior high. So it's broken out and it's come back and tested it, and yesterday's candle looked good. So I just bought some right here, and I've got a stop under 120. So that's, I guess, depending on your time frame, that's mean reversion. But I look at it as more trend plays, right? Up, down, and then looking for continuation, where most people who are talking mean reversion are looking for something that's just tanking, and looking for that to take a trade just based off of that. So and again, it's a little bit splitting hairs, but it is a little bit different when it comes to terminology, I guess. Can I share a system? No, I'm all right with that. I keep a lot of my systems. I'll be sharing some of them on my Substack. If you just Google Michael Noss, you can find that. But no, generally speaking, just like we talked about, if systems and processes and all of that get popular enough, they don't end up working. So, plus, I think it's very important that if you're going to look to trade a system, that you have built that system, because you need to know when that system is going to work well and when it's going to work poorly and all of that. I don't think it serves people by, uh, looking at or having knowledge of other people's systems, because you just don't know. Yeah, you don't know when to put on the brakes and when to put on the gas and all that kind of stuff, right? Um, so yeah, this Carvana, I think, is the only trade I've taken so far this week. I was looking at Snap. Looks interesting. Nice push up here. I like this breakout. Really got going after that. Hold back. So holding this thing right here for Snap is interesting to me.
Now you're underwater, Michael.
I'm underwater.
Yeah,
Oh no.
your mic sounded like you were underwater.
Well, why don't you save me?
Here's a lifeline.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. I'm yanking you up.
Good. I'm glad.
Okay.
I was worried for a second.
I bet you were. I bet you were super worried. Boy, I'm looking at this VKTX. Just before I took my break, I thought, man, that looks like a good little short, and I didn't take it, but boy, a nice little short for VKTX. You can see the breakdown. Have you really taken a look at the your go no go today? Really, I haven't seen a lot of really good continuations. No, I mean, and it's nothing to do with go no go. It's just generally with the market.
Well, no, the market's been really slow. But let's. Have you been trying any of the intraday scans?
No, I'm just using my scans, to and see what they look like on the charts. I have not looked at any of the scans because they're not really scans; they're just a list of symbols, right? I mean, it's not really a scan. It's not telling me that, but it's not telling me that okay, there has been a color change.
Yes, that's exactly what it's telling you.
Oh, it is. Oh, it is. Oh, okay.
That's
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's what I want the help testing. But yeah, if you go to the go no go on Market Explorer, there should be a bunch of new ones. So like the go strengthening. Yeah, these are just not. I gotta figure this out. Yeah, the go strengthening, for example, is RZDN. It did this at 11 my time. Yeah, I don't know why that would have come through. There's some work to be done, but yeah, I definitely like the help playing with and testing them. But yeah, there's the same ones that are for intraday or for daily charts are there now for intraday charts.
Well, I did
I'm
see
going to
them.
try them
I
tomorrow.
apologize. I didn't. I thought it was just more like a list of stocks and maybe take a look at, but I didn't realize it was actually signifying a color change.
Yeah, so the new Go will look for things that um, were no go. So this LBPH at
Hmm
1:15 my time. So this must have flipped into a go for a second. Or sorry, that's new no go. So yeah, right there, it flipped it from a go to a no go. So yeah, there's something weird that seems to happen, so I'm gonna check it tomorrow. Something weird that seems to be happening with them on the nights that the server reset, which was like last night. The server reset, and again, we're battling with this takes a crap ton of data kind of thing.
Right.
Each of these scans is going back like 2,000 bars to get enough data to start calculating. So, but yeah, I'd love you to keep an eye on.
Well, if I had to choose one, because I've got so much other things going on, if I had to choose one, which one would you choose, or is that an unfair question?
For the ones that you seem to like, I would either take a look at the Go pullback.
Okay.
And what that's going to do. So I'm here in a daily chart just so I can show you if you're seeing my screen.
Yeah, I can see your screen. Yeah.
It's basically just going to show charts that are in this cyan light blue color, and there's been at least 3 of them. So on in a intraday, it's going to show things that are that have been doing that for a number of 5-minute bars, because you seem to like to kind of buy the breakout of
Yeah.
those bars. So that's going to be interesting. And then uh, or what we call the go strengthening is another one. So what the go strengthening one is going to be is, do this on the daily chart. Yeah, this one, where basically the last couple bars had to have been cyan, and this one's turning solid blue.
Okay.
So it's just showing that, right, that this is in an uptrend, and it took a little break, and now that uptrend's continuing. And then obviously we have ones for the reverse, the short side as well.
Okay. So the strengthening and the pullback on the 5-minute, I can take a look at those two, because
Yeah,
I can't look at them all. There's too many of them, so I could not look at them all. But okay, I'll maybe this afternoon. It's so quiet for me right now, so maybe this afternoon I'll take a look.
yeah, and check them out more tomorrow, because again, there's the weird thing. So I had William reset the server last night, and it's like the day after I have him reset the server, they end up screwing up, and that's something I have to talk to Dave about.
Okay.
But maybe tomorrow, give a couple of them a shot, and give me some feedback, because yeah, it's I'm going to be working back and forth on them, I think, for a while.
Okay. I mean, I've been using. I was having good success using them just on my scans. Just on the
Yep.
alerts that I'm getting, and it's just that today has just been a real, real, just quiet day. Not seeing anything that's interesting. Hey, you're going to
Well,
get
that
days
makes
like that.
Yeah, and when that makes,
That's simple.
it's a trend following system, right? So
Yeah,
if you
exactly.
have, just like anything, if there's no trend, I think that's really where kind of the art of some using an indicator like this is going to come in. Where, yeah, if you look at a stock that generally has, there's no trend going on, you'll see, right, it'll turn blue for a second, and then orange, and then back to pink, and then that's where, with all trend following systems, that's where the annoyance is the just the fact that there's just nothing happening, and you get chopped up. But that's where the trader eye comes in and looks at it and says, "Ah, shit. Well, it's a holiday weekend and blah 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 blah.
Exactly.
Maybe I should just chill out and trade smaller or less or something
Or
like
don't.
that,
Just
or
don't.
don't." Right? Times to go long, times to go short, and times to go fishing.
Exactly.
This seems like it's
Okay,
going on.
Michael. Well, listen. Thanks a lot.
Yep.
Next Tuesday is not a holiday, so we'll see you next Tuesday.
I will talk to you then.
Okay. Okay. Thanks a lot.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye. All right, guys. I'm back in both rooms now. And just get rid of my announcement. Yeah. So what I might do this afternoon, guys, Michael really wants me to test. You've heard me talking about this go no go, and I was mistaken. I didn't realize there was actually a scan within it. So I'm going to take a look at some of the things that are coming into it. But as we just talked about, in a day that I'm personally not seeing a lot of, like, look at IFBD. I mean, look, I don't expect that when we get the big pop with IFBD that it's going to have another giant green candle, another one. But what I don't want to see is, an immediate red candle, just basically wiping it out. What I my what obviously rather see is, okay, you might have a giant green candle and maybe a gentle pullback, or maybe just a pause for a bit, and then a continuation. I'm just not seeing a lot of that in what I'm following. I'm not saying there's nothing out there. I'm sure there must be stuff out there, but I'm just not seeing a lot in the stuff that I'm following. So there you go. So I'm going to probably take a look at Michael's the actual scans that are coming from this go no go that is not available yet. I guess it's going to be next week. So give me a moment. I got to get my music going again. So just give me one moment. All right, guys, I am now back. So I see this NR7. I know NRSN. I know I had a price alert set. Okay, well, guys, I mean, it's got a shot, right? I mean, if you look what it's doing, it's at the high now. In the pre-market, it did get up to 134. So it's possible. But what I'm going to do now, to the detriment of my system, probably, but let me just see if I can find something here. Okay, guys, there's some tinkering I have to do because I don't want the chart to change in my in the display that I'm showing. So I have to. Okay. Okay, I have got this thing up and running on my one of my other monitors, and just going to do a just kind of check it. Hmm. Okay, so now let me load again. Not a big deal. Well, I was muted on purpose. I just wanted to reload. So, okay, so I've reloaded. Everything is okay now. So, where I was going to talk about the SPY just in general. Last time we looked at the SPY in terms of volume, you can see, I mean, look at the volume right now, 15 million. Yesterday was not great. It was 40 million. The day before that, it was, 60 or 76 million. So then yesterday, it is 40 million. Look at today, 15 million. And we've got, what time is it now? 1 o'clock. So say 3 hours and 2 hours and 45 minutes left. And, so there's no way it's even going to be maybe half of the volume yesterday. So I guess it makes sense. That makes sense. That's why I'm not, not that a lot of the things, of course, that we see here have no bearing on what the market's doing, but there's just not a lot of enthusiasm right now. And again, tomorrow, I don't expect anything better. We only have a half a day in the market tomorrow. And of course, the market's closed all day on Thursday. Somebody asked, am I going to show up on Friday? Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, no alerts. No alerts from the AI today. No, none. And that's, again, that is another barometer for me. No alerts. I mean, Michael and I were discussing that, and I think the last time, and maybe the only time was Brexit when we did not have any alerts. Now here's your NRSN, guys. I mean, you could have taken the NRSN, you know, off the 120 break, got up to 130. I mean, that's not a bad little move, but I'm just not interested. And guys, there's nothing wrong with just sitting back and not trading. Maybe if you have trade ideas and you have a simulator, maybe practice some trading. Take some trades and see how they would have gone. Use our simulator for that. Maybe you've got a little, I don't know, a scan that you've created. See what sort of alerts you're getting from them. Take them in the simulator, see how they would have worked. That's a good thing to do when the market is, for me anyway, kind of slow. Now that's not to say that there might be something coming out later on. I mean, this is an interesting look as a short, guys. ENVX, I mean, it's got room, you know, 1367, 1367. It's got some room. It might be time for me to bring back my, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring out my gap continuation or reverse and just see what it's looking like. I was going to hold off and bringing that back. I'm going to wait until earnings season because I think we'll get a lot in earnings season. I mean, there you go, guys. I mean, if you could have taken this one, okay, the NRS7, the NRSN, okay. I had the break of 120 up to 135. So the fact that I don't take them doesn't mean if it makes sense for your trading style to do it, go ahead. And if you're wondering why, it's because when I looked left and I saw 125, I saw 134, I thought it might be too close. Now it didn't matter, just because those next highs on the weekly chart were close to that 120. In this case, it just didn't matter. I know some of you were watching this ANVS. I mean, another, yeah. I mean, you probably saw this maybe on an 8 break, right? So I mean, this is a good one. Freely admit this is a very good one. If you took this one, this had room. 918 was the next high looking left. It took through that. The next high is 1040. I mean, it could, nothing stopping it, I suppose, from getting up there. And of course, your fantasy area way up here, 18. No, I'm not saying it's getting there, but what a day it's having through the 200-day moving average, ANDS. So that's the reason for the NRSN. Okay, pop off a blog about ALS. I think I saw that earlier. There was one company that had something to do with ALS. Yeah, it was this one. Remember, I was reading all this, and yeah, I was trying to read all this, or maybe it was another one. Phase three. This was not the headline, but it was another one that I know it had something to do with ALS. Well, PJ, the problem with not being able to walk away red is that you could start walking away redder and redder when you finally do walk away. But you're right, it is hard. Well, it's hard because you sometimes you got to not just you, PJ or Poe, PJ, not PJ. It's who mentioned that? Who was PJ? You got to check your ego, right? I don't mean you specifically. I'm just talking in general, and resist the urge to kind of revenge trade to try to get positive. That can really destroy an account. And I guarantee you, we've all done it. All right, so JXJT, haven't seen this one for a while. This was crazy one back here. Well, for the ANVS, anything. You have to have some kind of a plan ahead of time, Daniel. Okay, nothing is going to tell you it's going to do this. Low float. I always, if I had been in this one, at what you get in at 583, right around here, okay, and it pops up to 680, and then it starts to move down, and I'm out some. I'm just out some. It's that simple. And maybe I hold on to a bit, but there's no one explanation, that's going to fit all. It says, okay, you should get out here, you should get out here, you should get out here, especially on these crazy ones. A stock that now has gone up 100%. I usually don't, Daniel. I usually take it's just, but listen, that's me, right? I usually have my full position when I go into a trade. I'm not great at adding. What I might do sometimes, though, is if I have my full position and then I get out some because it popped and then it comes and then it moves back down and then maybe it gets back up to the pop price. Maybe sometimes I'll add back, okay, or where I got out the first time. But I usually am somebody who takes a full position right off the bat. But listen, there are lots of people who don't do that at all. I find it more difficult probably to do that intraday. If you're in a swing trade, probably easier to add, if the trade is continuing to work. But listen, I don't want to give anybody advice like that. You have to figure out your own style. Okay, so let me so TJ for second day plays, how can TI express, let's say you're looking for a stock that was up at least 3% yesterday and now at least 1% today? But Daniel, listen, I don't care if you're the most seasoned trader in the world, okay? We always see things they say, my goodness, why did I get out so early? I could have held on. There are other ways you can do it, if you want, you can, if you have time, you can put what I call little risk reward areas on the chart if you have time. So for instance, if you've got a 10-cent risk on a stock, and how I trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making. If I have a 10-cent risk on the stock, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 20 cents on the stock. Okay, so you could put a line. But you could put a line at, say, yeah, at that 20-cent level, and then put another one at the 30-cent level, which is we have one for three, and then another one at the 40-cent level. It would, depending how many trades you're in at the same time, which I don't recommend being in so many, but if the stock is not crazy active, like this one, would have been very hard to do, perhaps, but you could just put lines on the chart that basically are showing you the different risk reward levels, starting off with the 1 for 2, then 1 for 3, then 1 for 4, etc. And then as a stock gets into a zone, if it pulls back into the previous zone, maybe you take some more off, things like that. Sometimes you can use a moving average. Like Steve Gomez, we'll use a moving average, the SMA 10 on the 15-minute chart, and so if a stock never ever takes that out, he stays in the trade, just things like that. I mean, I'm more of a feel player or a trader when it comes to stuff like that, though. Okay, I get a feeling for what might happen. Often I'm wrong. I mean, but I don't usually beat myself up, especially on these crazy ones that a stock that's moved 100% and now it's halted. Okay, so you need a stock that's up at least that closed up 3% yesterday, right? TJ. Okay. Well, let's see. I know how you can do it using a symbol list and then having that symbol list pointing to it. But is there an easier way? You probably know that. I mean, if you had not PJ, sorry, TJ. It's TJ in our YouTube room. Sorry. So you probably realize that you could create a top list, and then at the end of the day, say 3:59 p.m., freeze it, and just see the stocks that are up 3% for the day, minimum. Okay. But what I'm trying, and then you could take those stocks and then put them into the way in which you want to monitor them the next day, so that they have to be up at least 1% the next day, if that all makes sense. But I'm trying to see if there's an easier way to do that using the position in yesterday's range. I mean, you can obviously find stocks that are at the high of yesterday's range, but whether that means the stock is going to be up 3% yesterday. Oh, look at this. Well, I mean, okay, guys, this is a classic case. This is late, but what a trade. How could I find stocks that are up 3% in an automated way from yesterday? Okay, it's probably it could be a custom formula. Let me just see. Probably I bet you a custom formula would do it. But let me before I absolutely say that's the case. Yeah, so these are data points. See, there's yesterday's closing price, but it's not expressed. Of course, that's just the data point. It is not expressed as a percent I can't think. Might be a way to express it as percent by dividing by the price. But okay. Yesterday's closing price. Yeah, off the top of my head, there might be a way to do it. Ah, there you go. Thank you, Pepe. Easy. I forgot we even had that. I actually forgot we even had that one. So thank you, Pepe. So yeah, super simple. Yeah, I don't use them all, but so as Pepe said, change from previous day filter. So let me just we'll type in change. So there you go. Change previous day. So okay, thank you, Pepe. That's easy. So yeah, change previous day. Make it 3% minimum. Okay, that's your filter. Thank you, Pepe. I haven't used that one. I don't think I've ever used that one, to be honest. Okay. So TJ, you can see what I'm doing. Just use this filter. Change previous day, the 3% min, and well today. If it's a change from the open or the change from the close, whatever you want, being a minimum of 1%. I never used this one. Never, never, never. Forgot it even existed. Thank you. Well, that's teamwork. Yeah, don't thank me. Thank Pepe in our other room, but I'm happy enough to pass it on. See, I have used maybe a bit of a variation of that, TJ. Well, maybe not. It's one that I call up big yesterday, down big today, and vice versa. So not really. I guess it's not really a variation. Haven't looked at that one for a while either. So stock that was down big today and now is up big. So imagine we're today. Well, we are today. So a stock that was down big yesterday but up big today, and vice versa. A stock that was up big yesterday and down big today. That might be an interesting scan. Also, I haven't run it for a while. It's one of the ones on my homepage. Yeah, I hope I still have it. You know what? I think I got rid of it on my homepage. I still have it. I don't see it here unless I'm just not seeing it. Yeah, I must have got rid of it. I still have it. I haven't got rid of it completely. It's just not on my homepage. Let me just see if I. Yeah. So there you go. Up big yesterday, down big today. Okay. No, it's you might want to. It's not doing what you want, but it might be interesting for others to take a look at that. If you want it, I can give it to you. All right. Let me just load it again. So I don't know what the difference is here. I'm going to go with the I'll go with the latest one though. Okay. And of course, you can change the percentages, right? So, for instance, I can't remember what I'm using, but maybe the stock had to be down 5% today, and now it's up 2%. Had to be up 5% yesterday, now it's down 2%. And, you can change those percentages, of course. All right, guys. Well, my favorite little one to keep watching is LBPH. I'm seriously considering taking some of this and just holding it. You know, And for a wild card, it's always nice to have one, maybe. Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't usually do this, but maybe just have one and just hold it, and just in case it does the absolute crazy with that $90 price target. That is LBPH, Poe. LBPH, $30 stock right now. Had some news yesterday about I got FDA's breakthrough therapy designation. Okay, but it's been on a run. It's been on a run for several weeks now. And then yesterday, here we go. So there's another group. Interesting. So there's another group. Evercore is putting an $80 price target on it. And this is what I saw yesterday, though. Cantor Fitzgerald, $90 price target. Yeah, it's a bio. It is a bio. That's why, I mean, if I take, a couple hundred shares, it's not going to kill me if it went to, well, shouldn't go to zero, but I do use that filter. Well, there you go, Pepe. See how long ago I created that strategy or that scan. I guess it makes sense, doesn't it? I guess it makes sense. I had to have used that, because how else am I going to find stocks that were up big one day and then refer to that change of yesterday to today? How am I going to do that? Anybody have ANVS shorts? Well, Dwayne, I know you have Interactive Brokers, so you're going to tell me that they do not exist at Interactive Brokers, right? That's right. Not now, anyway. Shoot, Just before I went on break, guys, I was talking about a potential short for VKTX. I don't know if you remember. But yeah, a potential short for VKTX. I think it was right about here, right in this area here, 53. Yeah, there's where I took my break. Yeah. So there's been over a dollar move down now. It had news. It was a gap down in the pre-market and had a pop, but now it's moving down. Bassett, don't do that to me when I'm just taking a sip of my Red Bull. It just spewed. I just was spewed all over my monitor. Yeah, I've just been reluctant to do some trading, guys, because this ENVX, that I was talking about just a while ago as a potential short. See, this is what happened though. It popped up, and now it's moving down. Well, William, I know you're not going to pack it in early. What time are you going to hold this room hostage till somewhere near 4? Okay, guys, keep an eye on MSM. Okay, MSM might be giving us a trade. MSM. Okay, little break here. Yeah, a little break here. In fact, okay, MSM, little break here over 79. Why don't you take your car to go to Home Depot instead of running? Haha. Well, I'm just you do to me all day long, William. Yeah, tomorrow is a half day. Yes. How can you see a buy signal in your chart? Okay, Mike. So when you say how to see a buy signal in your chart, what exactly are you talking about? Are you talking about previous, like on a daily chart, where you see a little buy flag and a sell flag sometimes? Is that what you mean? Or is it something else, Mike? I'm talking to Mike in our YouTube in our main room. Yes, that's what you mean. Okay. Well, there's nothing. All those are previous AI alerts. Okay. So there's no option. Well, maybe there is an option. Yes, I guess there is an option. So let me see if I can find one. Um, well, for instance, I know NNE. Okay. So are you talking about these little buys that you see here? That's just a matter of, if you want to see them, just right click and click on properties and show executions. Okay, check show executions. Those are just previous AI alerts, previous days. Okay. So again, if you take your daily chart as an example, it has to be a daily, weekly, or monthly. Okay. So if you take a daily chart, right click on it, go to properties, and then the little box pops up, and make sure you check show execution. See what happens when I uncheck it? Didn't disappear. Why not? Ah, I know why. Maybe. No. Oh, show AI trades, of course. Thank you. See how tired? Man. Not executions, not executions. How about show AI trades? There you go. That only makes more sense. Okay, Mike. I think the executions are when I do something from a simulator. So show executions. And then when you hover over them, you can see what happened. Entry was 1364. The exit was 2840. This was a crazy, crazy, crazy one, of course. Is that right? Now, NNE, of course, is an extreme case. All right, guys. Hey, I've got my touchdown referee arms up. Touchdown for me in the MSM. Nothing fabulous, but okay. Just took some off, guys. I don't. This is the MSM. I was just talking about MSM might give us a trade. And a little bit of a pop right up here, 48. Okay, so a little bit of a trade. And one of the reasons I did it, if you look at this again, the no go, go, no go. So you see how it changed colors right here. So probably launching this next week. And I'm told there's no free trial. So there you go. All right, and that hit $80 or something in the opening trade. Oh, opening a 15-minute candle. It did get up to $80, a little over 80. So that's why I took it. Okay, had room, had some room. All right, guys. One last look at my homepage before about a little over half an hour. I'll be leaving. All right, now are you using the downloadable application, Mike? Now make sure. I don't know if it's part of the. Hmm. Okay. Now Pepe probably knows. I think I can bring up a chart. This is the browser chart. I want to put a daily chart on it. Just give me a moment. I can't lie and say I wasn't, can I? And say I wasn't muted. So just to show you what this is doing, guys, okay, the gap continuation or reversal scans. There are 4 scans in here. I right click, there's a gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and gap down and go. And you can see, yeah, luckily I've got all the colors here. So I've color coordinated it. So gap up and reverse, you can see exactly what happened. VLCN gapped up and then it reversed. That doesn't mean, though, it's going to keep reversing all day. I wish it did mean that. Here's the gap down and reverse, CRCT. You can see what happened. It gapped down and then it reversed. Then you can see another one, the gap down and go. Now again, these are the last times that we had the alerts here. So let me see if it kept going down. Yeah, so got down, kept going down. Now, had some jumps in it, but it kept going down. And then the other one, just the last one, the gap up and go, or DZN, go gapped up. Now that was at 9:56. Okay, so since then it didn't keep going. So that's what I mean. Just because you get the alert doesn't mean, and it says gap up and go, it doesn't mean that it's going to keep going up all day long. Or if it gapped up and reverse, it's not going to necessarily reverse all day long. But at the time of the alert, it's doing what the scan is what you're asking the scan to do. It's doing that. Now, why I think this is going to be great once we get back into earnings season in about a couple of weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, we'll see a lot of stocks that, of course, will gap up or gap down because companies that release earnings typically that's what can happen. So especially the more obscure stocks, stocks that are not that active for 3 months, and then the day they release earnings, they have a big day either up or down, and so we'll start to see a lot more action. And that's why I was sort of holding off having this one up and running. And that is on my homepage. Okay, and again, one last look at my homepage. So when you click on my homepage link, you will still see a nice promotion, 25% off, the 4th of July sale. I think this goes till July the 8th, actually, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, July the 8th. And you'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, use my promo code when you're going to take out a subscription, whenever that is, because this will help to keep the rooms free. Okay, it's that simple. Getting started, 10 short videos. You must do that before you start using the program. Goes over all the major aspects of trade ideas in a very, very short videos, only 10 of them. And Trading 101, if you're new to trading, great series of videos that was created by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Talk of the day video that I do, which I didn't do today. I didn't do one, just nothing to talk about. Trade of the week. You'll get it before the markets open every Monday morning. There was no trade of the week this week. Steve decided just to, with the market off a day and a half, or close a day and a half, no trade of the week this week. I'm sure there'll be one next week. All the education is here, our user guide, things like that. And then here are my scans. So you're looking for some of my scans. Again, I don't have them all up and running, but you do see here are the three races. Here are the three races right here. And there's the Halts resumes. Okay, so if you have any questions, I know this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have any questions, don't be shy. All right, so Pepe, notice on my notice on this is the HTML chart. Let me get something that's going to be a lot more obvious, maybe. Not that one. All right, pretty obvious. Okay, so that blue line you see here is the SMA, the 10 SMA. The orange line and the green line, those are those two. I think this is the I'm going to call it the 5 EMA, and that's a 12 EMA. I cannot get rid of them. I don't know. So if I modify indicators, notice they're unchecked. I remove the indicator. They're both unchecked, but they will not go. I don't know if that's a bug or that, because this is part of that Ripster thing, but if all that makes sense, I should be able to get rid of, I don't want to, I only want the 10 SMA, and I cannot get rid of these lines. And I don't think, I'll go to indicators. Of course, it's not, unless I go edit, maybe I have to go edit. Maybe I have to go edit. I don't do it that way. I'm going to answer my own question. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Seriously? Okay. So when I leave, guys, that's it for the room. Okay. William is not going to stay till 3:45. Okay. Not because I was a smart aleck, right? Hopefully that's not it. Okay. Yeah. So the room will not be open until 4 today, guys. So when I leave, that's it. Shutting down both rooms. Well, MSM, and you give me just a little bit more. Maybe get up to the 80. All right, Shady's adding to his Rivian. Let's see, Rivian is there, so I can just click on it. Wow, getting really close to that magic 200-day moving average now. 1504, great trade, Shady. I don't know what you did here when it pulled all the way back, but I'm not sure. I wasn't following, but yeah, they are. I have that one thumbnail. I'm actually looking at it also. The RDZN. It is now over 3. Maybe this will be the late dayer because it's got the room. It's got the room. The next high, if it can take out that high right there, the next high is almost 385. So You know what might be very useful with this, the gap continuation or reversal scan? Now this is a stock that is just showing up here. Now that's something that don't repeat. The reason I say it might be interesting is that, you get the gap down and go, and then maybe it chomps around a bit, and then later on in the day, it does actually go in the direction for a while. The problem is I've got this on don't repeat, so I will only see it the very first time. If all that makes sense. All right, guys. Well, look at this MSM getting closer to 80. Oh, I wish I had my full position. Ugh, look at RDZ. I mean, come on. It's late enough in the day, RDZN, that, keep moving. I guess not too bad. I guess you got stopped out. Well, I can say that this is how this can work nicely. That little color change. There, Chewy is on the way down, guys, a little bit anyway. CHWY, Chewy. You see breaking down through that 10 SMA. Now, this is interesting. Again, this is in this go, no go. So you see that? You see the pink there, that little pink line? If it turns, if the next one is purple, this might be the signal to go on a little bit of a short. Well, this is pretty good. I didn't take this, but I mean, not a bad little move off that alert on the gap down and go, but about 30 cents. Lots of shares were available at Interactive Brokers, 4.4 million. So that was not an issue. Just kind of, if you want to try to scrounge for something, this would have been okay. And that's the ARDX. You can see the power of the 200-day moving average. You can see it broke down below. It tried to touch it. And again, it got rejected. The 200-day moving average, that blue line on my chart. Well, definitely works better in a trending day, Corvette. But I really think that, when we get into earnings season, that'll be the real test of it. Because we're going to get a lot of action. Well, guys, staff is on the move, but it has been erratic. I mean, there was a big pop up here, 254, and then right back down to, well, not that bad, I guess, 240. But there it is, and it still has a shot. 293 is the next high looking left. I did not take this one. I'm still holding out on the MSM, just in case they can take out 80. Really, really close. Decent volume too, in terms of in relation to what's happened in the past. See, this is what I'm talking about. You see the volume bars on the 15-minute. They're sort of increasing, and that's caused a little bit of a move up. All right, guys, it is now 2:30. So if there are no other questions, I'm going to shut both rooms down. William will not keep the room open until 4. So, but again, if you have questions, I'll hang around for another minute just to see if there are any questions. If not, I'm going to shut down. All right, I don't see anything. So, well, don't know what to expect tomorrow. Sometimes it's not bad, because it's compressed into the first 3.5 hours. So sometimes it's not bad, but I think you have to really trade early, which is not really what I like to do. But we'll see what happens tomorrow. I will come in and keep the room open. Remember, it's only half a day trading tomorrow, only half a day. So 1 o'clock Eastern time, markets are closed. So have a great evening, everybody, and I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So again, have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And now the same thing with you who are still in YouTube or YouTube room. Okay, I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.